Hey everyone, how are we? So I don't normally cover the big cases, but this one just has to be spoken about. Letecia Stauch. It's going to be a struggle finding the words for this individual. Hold on, I'm just getting my shit together here behind the scenes. How do I take off that logo? So good evening, everyone. Hey, Bitey Cat, how are you? Jamie, nuff nuff. With respect, mostly. Hey, voices in your head. Hey, Jelly Bear. Green eyes. Yeah, so who has all been following the Letecia Stauch case, the trial?
Me.
Yeah, we've both been watching the whole thing, word for
Yeah.
word, pretty much.
Yeah. Hey,
You know
Red.
the hey, Revy. You know the cliche of the fairy tale stepmother from hell.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
It's a cliche for a reason, isn't it? You know, it's like an archetype.
Yeah, but she's something else.
Yeah.
Rebby says she's been watching it too. So, and I know Nuff said earlier she was watching it. So
Yeah. It's this is a hard one to watch though, isn't it?
it is.
Um
It is. It's only going to get worse too. I think when we start to hear more about their relationship, and then obviously hearing about the autopsy is not going to be pleasant. But yeah, it's only going to get harder. I think it's been pretty mild compared to what I think it's going to get to.
yeah, and I guess in a way, I mean, one of the noticeable things about the footage of the trial is how limited we are and what we can see. Number one, how weird is it that she's hidden over in the corner like that, away from her defense team? Are they even trying?
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I would like everybody else to, because you and I have talked about that, but we think it's weird. Has anybody else seen that? Like, she is sitting, not just at first I thought maybe because there was a monitor there in front of her and she was always hunched over and bent over like she was trying to hide her face, but what was it, yesterday when Al was on the stand, she and when that the well, I think for most of the day she sat up straight. The monitor wasn't blocked. Why is she sitting so far away?
I don't think I've ever seen that. I can't
I
recall ever seeing that.
and I think I only saw her attorneys talk to her once. And
Hmm.
yeah, it's just weird. Um, Gannon, yes, voices. That I actually I have only heard that video like the first few minutes of it, probably not even minutes, probably like the first 30 seconds because I can't listen to it. It tears me
It,
apart.
it goes straight to your bones, doesn't it? I mean, we heard
They
a bit of it in the opening arguments. So I keep calling it opening arguments. It's opening statements, isn't it?
Yeah.
Evie was good enough to correct me on that when I put a post out. Yeah, it's opening statements.
Mhm.
And yeah, we heard a part of that video clip, and I know it's been out there on YouTube. Um, it's we all remember what it's like to be a kid, you know. Many of us have children, and I think it's especially hideous for anyone that's got kids, obviously, you know. To imagine your kid being with a monster like this under their complete control. I mean, God only knows what Al has gone through, the father, in all this time, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And I didn't realize until when they were talking about it the other day, because again, we talked about this, that I don't like to get too involved in cases until it gets closer to the trial because things change so many times. I didn't realize that, Gannon was with her alone as often as
Yeah.
he was. And I'm not saying that anything against his dad, that his dad's in the National Guard. I get that. I mean, that's
Mhm.
normal, but you just have to think, especially that recording, um, that wasn't the first time that she's, emotionally and mentally, abused him that way, which is what that sounded like to me in the 30 seconds I heard.
Yeah.
And just to think, like, again, it's so horrific. It's so horrific.
It's very hard to describe. It really is. That's not the first time that she's been particularly cruel to him.
Right.
I mean, the only there's not a hope in hell of any not guilty by insanity here. Not a hope. Um,
Well, you want to talk about that then?
yeah,
I mean, you know, um, I haven't looked that up. That's one thing I haven't looked up, but if it's different per state, but my assumption is it's probably not. Guilty by reason of insanity, to prove that you're insane at that time, one of the criteria is that you don't know right from wrong, which was kind of all their questioning. Could she follow rules with the baseball? Did she, that's what all those questions about her following rules and knowing rules and all of that, so that there's that. So I think that's probably a thing. So if you look at, we heard the body cam, we couldn't really see it except for that one little corner of it, but we heard that body cam. That was, again, I didn't see the very first part of the opening statement, because it was on super early here for me, and I didn't get up to listen to it, and I never went back and saw it. But the timeline that's been put out there, she killed him in that afternoon. She's calling the police by 7. They're there by 10, and here we have this body cam. Nowhere in anything she says in that body cam does she sound remotely like she's having a psychotic break or any kind of psychosis
yeah.
going on that would qualify her for because most times, again, I'm not a psychologist or anything, and I'm sure we're going to hear dueling psychiatrists, but psychotic breaks like that, as far as I've ever seen them used in cases, they don't really come like at 2 o'clock you have a psychotic break, by 10 o'clock you're perfectly fine, and now right from wrong and you're hiding the body. I mean, that just seems completely asinine.
Here's the thing with all that, and I know we've spoken about this. I don't actually believe in the concept itself of someone being, for it being possible for someone to be insane in inverted commas and being incapable of knowing right from wrong in any moment, and that's a hugely arguable point. You can you can bring in things like schizophrenia. I probably still try and argue it there, but if we just assume, if we just hypothetically assume that it is possible, and if we just look at the legal argument by their definition, even by the legal definition, like you say, I still don't think she has a hope.
I don't,
Because
I don't,
because of what you mentioned, I mean, the body cam, for one thing, to hear the phone calls and the how capable she was of the most highfalutin manipulation, you know?
yeah,
Um, she knew exactly what she was doing because so much thought had to go into how she was going to make the ever-changing narrative fit what she knew were certain facts about, where her, the GPS and things like that. She had to make all her narratives fit these flag points.
yeah. I think, and I'm only speculating. They're going to try to, well, didn't you say that they tried to keep those
They
FBI
did.
recordings which is normal, but then maybe that's what made them decide, oh, we can use this to our benefit, and that's maybe they're going to try all these friggin' lies to show that she's insane. But again, they've got, it seems like they've got quite a long history of her lying consistently, so that's going to go out the window. Can I just say something? So Hybrid was saying that this case has bothered her like no other. And I think that's kind of what we're all feeling.
Yeah.
And I didn't even listen to that whole thing. And because I'm just one of those people, like when I get really angry, if I don't have a place to put that anger, I'm just going to be angry for days. And I just don't want to do that. So but I also feel like, in a way, if this poor kid had to go through that, then the least we could do for him is to listen to it. But I just can't bring myself to do it.
I'm really glad you said that, because I've been thinking a lot as well about this. True crime is always difficult, but especially when it involves kids, right? We covered an old case, the Villisca axe murders from 1912, and one of the themes of that was how different we approach a case like that, because it's so abstract compared to current true crime cases. But
yeah, I
like
think
you say, I feel like, as difficult as it is to listen to this, we kind of owe it to him, to bear how harrowing it is,
I
his
agree.
only voice.
Yeah, I agree. But again, this isn't, it's not like I just got into true crime yesterday. This has been years and years, and I've read a lot of court cases. I've read a lot of summary briefs. I've read a lot of appeals. Again, watching videos, and I've just learned me. This is me. There are certain things I just cannot physically or emotionally take on. I wasn't always that way, but I am now. I mean, especially really, I used to listen to a lot of podcasts, and I started noticing that ones that were particularly horrific with kids or animals, I just couldn't stomach it. I just literally couldn't do it. And so I made that choice that I was just not going to force myself. Yes, I will listen to difficult things, but that tape with Gannon, that's not just difficult. That's gut wrenching. For me, I can't.
Yeah, I know. I mean, do you know, we've been talking a lot about the concept of evil, right? Over the last few times on YouTube. And I thought we had come to discover the perfect example of, if evil exists, then it's present in someone like Robert Hansen. Robert Hansen, for anyone that doesn't know, was a serial killer in Alaska, I think in the 70s and 80s it was. And what he would do is, he would take these girls, he would take them home, he would torture them, abuse them, and he would take them out into the absolute wilderness in Alaska and hunt them down. He was a hunter, so he'd hunt them down. And part of whatever it was that he got off on was the enjoyment or the fulfillment he got from the utter suffering of these girls, and the complete control, their lives being completely in his hands. But I actually think the Letecia Stauch is closer to whatever evil might be for me, because when you think about what it's like to be a kid, your parents and any parent figures, they're literally like gods to you. And what is so cruel about this, on top of everything else, those girls that were hunted down by someone like Robert Hansen, they had no doubt in their mind that they didn't do anything to deserve this. They didn't do anything wrong. They knew. It was no consolation for them, but they at least knew that. They knew that this was a monster. A kid, and we've heard him on those recordings. You can hear it. Part of the torture is how confused he would have been, and how he probably, as kids at that age would do, would look inward and somehow blame himself for why this God is so angry at him. It doesn't seem to ever cease being angry. It's harder to understand the unfairness. It's harder for a kid of 11 years of age to know.
Oh, it's hard of a woman in her 50s to understand it, because I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me. I don't understand it.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's evil.
Hi, Natasha.
Hey, Natasha.
I put the link for your panel, so if anybody wants to jump up and discuss it, we don't have to be discussing necessarily that tape nonstop. It, yeah, I mean it's pretty widespread in your chat. I don't know if you're watching the chat, but yeah, it's just so horrific. Yeah. So yeah, right there. She could hold an interview very well. She is not psychotic. Yeah, I mean, so I am really interested to see what angle they're going to come with the not guilty by reason of insanity, because we've all heard horrific stories. I'm sorry, I think I've apologized for this before. I'm really bad with names, but there was that case of the woman in Texas that drowned her 4 kids. And then she called the cops, and she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. I can't remember her name. And when I first heard that story, my first reaction was, no, I don't care if you're insane or not. You don't get to go to a mental hospital. You should go to jail, period, if you kill a kid. But, the more we learned about her, she really was insane, even by the legal definition.
Yeah.
Letecia's not that. And this is what's frustrating, is that this is such a waste of time. I don't know if you guys all heard, but correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I heard they said this was going to take about 8 weeks. This was going to be an 8-week trial.
I don't get that.
So that's 8 weeks of the city's time, the state's money, the jurors, all because this woman just can't. She did it. She knows she did it. Everybody knows she did it. I mean, it's just, and to use the insanity is such, because I do disagree with you.
About the concept itself of insanity?
About
not guilty by insanity, sorry.
Yes, whether that should never, ever be used. I think it should very rarely be used, but I do believe there are some justifiable cases for it. But I don't think just because somebody acts crazy, which, clearly she's got something going on, whether it's, she's a psychopath or a narcissist or a narcissistic psychopath, I don't know, but it's not crazy. It's not, a psychotic break of any kind that made her just, they said that he had a head wound, and then he was shot, and then he was stabbed. That's just...
There's something about the fact that she also shot him, which is so cold as well, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, the torture was obviously bad enough. His death was bad enough. But the fact that she also shot him.
Yeah.
The shot was last, yeah.
I mean, wasn't that because she hit him in the head? Then she panicked and decided to stab him, and then he still wasn't dead, and she decided to shoot him. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll find out, but I just, I don't know. I'm not a crier, but I just almost want to cry, because he's just a little boy. He's just a little boy. It seemed like even in death, his poor little body had to go through so much at the hands of this woman.
I know.
That I'm really pissed off Colorado does not have the death penalty. I know we've talked about that before on your thing, and I'm definitely pro death penalty in certain cases. And this one I think would qualify, because
I think I can make an exception in this case. I mean, I'd bring back public burning for her, and then no, actually, I stand corrected. Put her in a damn gibbet for a while in the town square, then burn her, and then put her in the gibbet.
That's like hanging someone, right?
Yeah, in medieval times, after an execution, they would display the perpetrator in a hanging cage. I think that's
I
apt
don't
for
think,
her.
and I'm gonna go even a little
Guillotine.
more. I'm gonna go a little more brutal and say we can go back to the stoning.
Well, you could stone her first, and
Yeah,
then
hang her up by her hands and let the people dispense justice. I'm sure there would be no shortage of people to help with that.
yeah, I don't
Voices,
think.
yes, yes.
Did she cross state lines with his body? If if so, does that impact what penalties are available? Yeah, so we were talking about this earlier as well, whether or not she still had Gannon in the house when the police came on the same evening that she phoned 911. We're not too sure, but we think he might actually have still been there in that suitcase. And then she dumped him um
In
in
Florida. Yeah.
no, but first of all she dumped
Oh
him
yeah.
nearby and then moved him to Florida, right?
Yeah. So what I think, I could be wrong, but what I think you're asking is, because he went across state lines, could it become a federal case? Normally that's one of the qualifications for something to become federal, is if, especially with children, if they're transported across state lines. I don't know if a body counts for that. I don't know, but because it didn't go federal, the murder happened in Colorado, so she falls under Colorado state
Mm.
laws, as opposed to if they could prove he was dying in Florida, that she took him to Florida and he wasn't dead yet, and she finished him off there, then she would be charged in Florida. But I guess we'll find out. For some reason, that they definitely feel he was killed in Colorado, so she falls under those state jurisdiction laws,
Do
which
you
does not have the
remember?
death penalty.
I do remember on the phone calls Al mentioning the FBI.
Yeah, I think they were
Um,
helping because,
yeah,
I think at the time they didn't know what exactly happened to him. Um, if she did transport him to Florida and kill him there, then, like I said, the murder would have happened in Florida jurisdiction, and she would be charged
yeah,
under their laws. So yeah, anytime a child, I can't say anytime, but that's pretty much what we're told. I don't work for the FBI, so I don't know for sure, but anytime a child is involved, especially crossing state lines or a child kidnapping, they usually call in the FBI.
yeah. That's what not too sure about enough. If he was dumped by then, I think there's a good chance that he was still in. Oh yeah, but that you're talking about the following day when she picked Al up, right? Got you.
Yeah, but see, that's the other thing we were talking about. And again, I was just looking at reports because they haven't gotten this far in the trial. We just heard her puking up all her different stories, but she rented a car to pick him up, which he thought was
Hmm.
very strange. And supposedly, because her car was leased, she didn't want to put those miles on it. Some stupid Yuha story. So one of the things that I was thinking was, it's possible she did have him in her car, and that's why she rented a car to go pick
But
Alex.
then, yeah, no, I was thinking that as well. But then Al went and looked for the car and at the because she said that she had it at her workplace. She left it there, and then a co-worker dropped her off at the airport where she picked up the rental car, and then Al decided to go and check for the car at her workplace, and it wasn't there. And that's when he first really knew something serious was going on.
Right, but the thing is why do you think she didn't use her car? Was it because do you think Gannon was in it at that time?
Kind of has to be, really, doesn't it?
I mean, that's what I think, but again, I don't know all the I just looked some stuff up online recently. I don't know all the ins and outs because I wanted to wait till the trial, but some of it's already got me so flustered that I started looking stuff up. They
Hmm.
found they found tons of wiped up blood in Gannon's bedroom. Oh yeah, using luminol. Yeah, so that one article that I sent you where it said that they found that his blood had soaked through the mattress, through the carpet, through the padding to the cement flooring.
Oh my God.
Someone just said that they think that he was found not far from where Natasha's at. I don't know if that's true.
From where Natasha's at?
That's what someone in the chat said.
Okay. It
Yeah.
was, yeah, so they obviously found his body, a worker found his body in the suitcase beneath a bridge.
Yeah. God, can you imagine that? You just go to work and you thinking life sucks. I don't want to work today. It's raining. I haven't had enough coffee. And then this, wasn't it a worker that found Kaylee Anthony too? The little
Oh,
girl?
what? I don't, I can recall that, yeah. And what was crazy about Kaylee Anthony was she was literally just round the corner from the house.
Yeah. The poor man was broken talking about finding him. My heart went out to him for sure. That was one that was one where I kind of felt sorry that he had the camera on him, because
Hmm.
I'm sure he was trying to keep it together, but oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
That was Pace in Santa Rosa County in Florida, where they found the suitcase.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I live in the woods. I've been in the woods a lot. I've run across a lot of animal bodies, and those are bad enough. Though I can't even imagine. And then when he said that he realized by looking at was it the feet or the socks or something, that it must be a little kid, but at the same time, the other worker was dumping it out. So it was kind of like, I don't know. That was horrible. Nana
Yeah,
says, do you guys think
yeah.
it's
I
insane?
just seen that. Yeah, well, we kind of touched on that already. See, it depends on whether you believe in the concept of, you know, that someone can be not culpable through insanity by literally not knowing wrong from right. I'm not even sure I believe in that concept. I think you do, Cheryl.
I do in very rare cases. Now,
Yeah,
when I say not insane, somebody can be insane. Does that mean that they're legally insane? No, it doesn't. There's a lot of people with mental health issues that may actually qualify as being not quite sane or insane, but does it mean legally? And I think those are two totally different definitions, and I'm okay with that because I think that there are a lot of really mentally unhealthy people. But do I think that they're, not responsible for their actions legally? Not at all. I mean, of course they are. So legally insane. I'm going to say that. I think there are some cases where that is justified, but I don't think it's near as much as what people try to use. I think it's very, it's
yeah.
like you hear about these cases where these guys just shove someone onto the subway tracks right before a
Hmm.
train comes, and then they just finish eating their sandwich, or they
Hmm.
think that they saw a devil, so they're fighting this devil. Those are people who are insane legally
Hmm.
in my mind, but I don't think that happens that often, in my
Hmm.
opinion. And I do not believe she's definitely something's wrong with her, but I don't think she's legally insane at all.
See, I actually think that in almost all murders, they they are literally acts of insanity. It's whether you believe, you know, the other argument on top of that. Um,
See, I agree with Nuff there. Oh, did I just lose it? Where she says, nope, not insane, calculated, devious, and evil. I think
Yeah,
that,
that's why she has no chance in this
yeah,
case. There's just too much evidence of her conscious, manipulation. And, there has to be a full understanding of right or wrong to go to such depths as she did to cover herself.
yeah, Hybrid just said that. I
Yeah.
believe that any form of cover up voids insanity and illegal insanity. From my understanding, I could be wrong, but from my understanding, that's one of the criteria that at the time you don't know right from wrong.
I'm interested in that. Their hybrid says Critical K did a good interview with the mom of a classmate of Gannon's a while back. According to her, the home was abusive. Feel free to jump up, hybrid, if you would like to relate what was spoken about there, because it would be interesting to know a bit more about what was really going on there between them. I mean, so we know that they were together for 6 years, Al and Letecia. Um, and obviously there's the fact that, he was in the Home Guard, right? He was away from home for long periods of time. He moved up to Alaska quite early in the relationship, and she had a problem with that. She stayed in South Carolina at the time. And then eventually they moved to Colorado, and obviously he was in Oklahoma, I think, doing some training when this happened. And this speaks to one of the things I wanted to talk about was once I heard the very first call, the pretext call that was made, where he was fishing for information from her under the guise that he was still, willing to be there for her and all this. I found it difficult to imagine how she couldn't have been crystal clear that something was up. I was surprised that she wasn't more suspicious than she sounded. So it started to get me to wonder about just how superficial was their relationship. Because I would imagine if you're together with someone for 5, 6 years, you know them pretty well. But then after you hear the second and third calls, she was clearly way more suspicious of him. I think she kind of knew. And she was clinging to straws, I think, with her
And
ever-changing stories.
that's the other thing. I mean, I know all kids are different, but with my kids' stepdad, if he looked at them cross-eyed when I wasn't home, they made sure to tell me, you know, because they were younger and they're like, Sam was mean. What do you mean he was mean? He wouldn't let me get a cookie when you said I could have that kind of a thing. Like they told me every little single thing he did, right? Clearly Gannon didn't do that. So in my mind, and I'm just speculating, there was that level of fear that he didn't tell his dad the level of stuff that she was doing, because I don't believe, and again, me speculating, that that wouldn't have caused major problems, especially because he got custody because his being with his real mom was not a good environment for him to be in. So I would have assumed that Al would be a lot more protective of him.
Do you know much about what went on with the biological mother and her husband at the time? I know that obviously Al got custody, and I think even when he moved up to Alaska, there was some amendment to the custody whereby Letecia had legal custody as well,
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about the story with mom. All I know is that she didn't have custody. So,
I know
but
that there was talk of some issues with drug use
drug
at
use, yeah.
home. I hate to say that, right, but it's out there with Landon
Yeah.
and Mike Hyatt.
So Hybrid said that Gannon did tell his mom though, and the mom told the dad. Well, I mean, I don't know. Again, I guess it's gonna all come out. I think that there was a lot of, even if it wasn't as much physical abuse, definitely emotional and mental abuse, which we all know, especially with young kids, can be just as bad in the long run for them.
Mm. Yeah, it sounds like
Mom begged for the kids back. You know,
hey,
I'm not,
Carmen, the chaos, how are you?
I'm not saying you're lying, but I really hope that's not true, just because that level of anger as the mom, how would you feel about that? And even for the dad, of course he had no idea of knowing at all, but can you imagine that if that were true? And now looking at what happened, I did watch a thing on YouTube last night, an interview he did with the local news there in Colorado. It had been a year since he had died, and he said that this is all these decisions that he made are things he has to live with. He brought this
Mm.
person into his son's life, and he has to live with all this, and that's a really hard thing. And yeah, can you imagine?
I can't. I really can't.
You don't let him go to his mom because you think that's an unsafe environment, and hear this.
Mm.
Oh man, the guilt. I don't. Oh geez, the guilt.
Yeah,
It'd be horrific.
there do exist some problems with inverted commas parents than simply just drugs. Obviously, that's a terrible thing to have in the home, but Letecia was a whole different bag of balls, Um, just an absolute monster. I mean, the motivation, like, let's talk about whatever notion of motivation was there for her to do this. I mean, is there any chance that this was an accident to begin with that became something more and just snowballed and snowballed? Um, or did she intend this? I just don't know.
I'm gonna vote no on that one. I'm gonna vote no.
Well, that it wasn't an accident.
No,
Yeah.
no. The recording and the manipulation she was trying to do to him, about having to get the carpet all this stuff, and how she, again, I keep going. It kept bugging me when I was listening to it the other day. Every time he mentioned about, my son was burned, she's like, he wasn't burned that bad, Albert. It just bubbled up. And I'm thinking, but bubble up is bad. That's like second degree burns. If it were just a red mark, like when you accidentally touch a baking pan when you first bring it out and it leaves this red mark, but the blister, that's bad. That's bad. And you can't tell me that boy wasn't in pain. And she kept going, he said he wasn't hurting. He said, that's bullshit. Anybody that's burnt themselves knows it hurts, and it hurts for a very long time. And then she's trying to say he's actually picking it. I don't believe that for a second. Anybody that's had a blister from a burn, especially when it's only been a day or 2 or 3 old, you're not touching that thing. It just, yeah.
It's
I don't.
crystal clear, even in that recording, that she's dripping with intentional cruelty.
Yes.
So clear. Um, it can only have been to he somehow became her source of all her rage against Al and against whatever was causing her issues. I mean, we know that not just days prior to this happening, she was already researching finding an apartment to move to or a home to move to back in South Carolina. And someone in chat, it might have been Hybrid, said that apparently Al had been cheating.
Yeah.
So there's a lot.
Natasha says too. She says, I don't have much respect for the father either. No way he didn't know.
See, that's this is one of the things where it gets sort of dicey when it comes to true crime. I've seen a lot of people say similar things, and that's probably coming from people that know a lot more about this.
Right.
the background than I do, right? So I'm prepared to believe that there's something in that. I just don't know. But I have noticed that he has got some kind of backlash, Yeah.
Hybrid said, and I heard this the other day for the first time too, that Al cheated on Landon with Letecia. I don't know where I heard that, but I thought someone told me that Landon and Letecia were friends or friendly, and he cheated.
So he met Letecia playing softball and all that. That doesn't really reveal much, but that was back in South Carolina.
Did you see the comment I just put up?
Why let... Oh, this one. In my opinion, Gannon was her living voodoo doll. That's a good metaphor.
And we
Yeah.
talked about that, not that specifically, but at the beginning of the live, we were talking about, was she this way with her daughter too? Was it just a stepmother who had it out for her stepson? Or, and again, I've never heard any of these accusations against him. Doesn't mean they're not out there. I just haven't looked for them. Probably will tonight. But
well, this is good. We're starting to get some more hints of information that you and I didn't know, right?
Yeah, it does add a little more context to it. I mean,
Yeah.
it still doesn't take away to whatever's going on in her brain. I mean, I can be really mad at a whole lot of people about a lot of things, but I would never take it out on a kid, even if I didn't like the kid. I would never do that. So there's still something wrong with her, but that does happen. What Natasha just said right there. We've all heard stories about that. I mean, even ex-husbands take it out on the kids because the wife leaves him, or vice versa. The mom will take it out on the, so. And we do know that she was very unhappy. All her Google searches about, being felt like she was just an unpaid babysitter, wanting to find a new husband, all that stuff. So we do know that she was feeling that way. So that does add a little more context to that.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Does anyone know if there's any indication of how she treated Gannon's younger sister?
Now, we were talking about that in chat just a minute ago. I don't know. Clearly, I don't know. But I guess her daughter is supposed to be on the prosecution's witness list, which makes sense because, for no other reason, she sent her out to buy that stuff. And, they'll get her up there to testify to that. We'll see if she testifies to anything else. I haven't heard anything, but I hadn't heard all this either.
That's going to be intriguing to hear Leticia's own daughter. She must be about 20 now, right? She was 17 at the time of this. I'd like to know in chat, guys, how suspicious you are of her knowledge, if any, or do you think at the most she may have just been suspicious of her mother at some point? We know that obviously Letecia sent Harley, her daughter, out on that Monday when we think he died to get some cleaning products in the afternoon. We know that. Doesn't necessarily indicate any knowledge, obviously, but there's that. I might actually try and find that interview that Letecia did with her at the time, that media interview when they had
when she had her daughter come up and say something, which was just crazy. I did just watch that again last night. I forgot.
Did you?
Yeah, I forgot she had her come on. Oh my gosh, yeah, that was insane. Somebody was saying, and I agree, that he targeted Landon because I do think Gannon, because Gannon was more of, a daddy's boy, and, they played video games, and they, when he came home, I'm guessing he came home, he spent a lot of time with Gannon because he was at that age where they could do things together as a dad and a son. And
Did you hear Al describing, how he built a table for Gannon when during that phone call when he was trying to get information out of Letecia? That
Mm-hmm.
was something
Mm-hmm.
about that was just kind of heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
See here, Hybrid says, and remember that Letecia had just been fired that past week. Now, she had phoned up on the Monday sick, saying that her father or stepfather had died. Another lie. Was that a new job that she had, or I didn't realize she'd been fired the week before.
Well, he said something like she's had like 6 or 8 jobs in 6 years. So I don't know.
So yeah,
So, man, Letecia, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm really tired. I can get everybody's name wrong. Natasha, I wish she wasn't driving. Because she's like, I don't think Leticia's strong enough to have thrown the suitcase over. I don't know. I mean, Letecia, so they went hiking, they went mountain biking. I don't think she was that weak, and he was pretty slight. And I know dead. It sounds horrible to say, but dead weight and all that. But in a suitcase, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
and she was with her daughter during that trip, right?
Right. So
Yeah, can't ignore that.
what's but the daughter could have been in the hotel room.
Of course. It's surprising how strong you can be when you want to be.
Yeah, he did say it was pretty heavy. He thought it was waterlogged. He did say that. But I agree with Nuff there that it's surprising how strong you can be when you want to be. Because I think the flyer, because I saw the flyer on something the other day, it said he weighed like 90 pounds or something, which is, and she did not weigh 90 pounds. But again, I mean, picking up 90 pounds dead weight is different than picking up 90 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah, you always hear that in true crime.
Yes, voices. When she left for Florida, she took her daughter with her. And as far as I know, well, again, I'm not the best person to speak about it, but I've never seen anything where there were like, interrogations of the daughter. Obviously, they interviewed her, but I don't think that they ever thought that she was involved. But again, hopefully, when she gets on the stand, all of that will come out.
Remember as well.
So it was close to where Natasha lives. She
Okay.
says, not unless she drove down. I can't imagine it. I know exactly where she dumped him. It's close to where I live.
And the defense was trying to make an argument about, she chose that bridge rather than another bridge, which was might have made more sense if you're looking to hide a body. Clutching at straws, really, is for the
Well,
insanity thing.
I mean, you just listened to all the stories she told just in those, 3 phone calls on February 14th. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed, right? She really,
She thought she was, though.
she does. If anybody could try to piece 17 different stories together and somehow, not that they made sense, but at least make them, kind of intertwine with each other, she was able to do that. Of course, it still was asinine and stupid, but I don't know if throwing him over that bridge, clearly I don't think she was putting a lot of thought into it. By then, I think she was really in paranoia. When she was talking to him, she was paranoid, which rightfully so. We know now that he was recording, and she didn't want to let him know where she was because the police would find her. So she was, I think my assumption would be she just got there and just wanted to get rid of it, just dump it, get rid of him. And because she was in panic mode. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
and that's what the cop said too, that that bridge is much less traveled, 0 lights at night. So,
yeah,
um,
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a great argument by the defense there. Where are those videos of the daughter? Says Nana.
I
Which
have her on I was subscribed to her. I don't think she's done anything for a while. I don't let me see if I can find it. Suzanne, if you can find it. Um, yeah, she did a couple videos. I haven't been there in over a year or something, but anybody know her last name?
I did not know that. So Harley made some videos in the months after his death.
Yeah, she has a YouTube channel, and you know, they were nothing to do with her mom or anything like that. At least when I looked at them. Does anybody know her last name?
Uh, it may be Hyatt. Hyatt.
Suzanne, do you have the link to her YouTube channel? I'm trying to look it up. H what? H.
Hyatt, I think.
I thought there was an I in there.
If anyone knows in chat, that'd be helpful.
I'm just pulling up Harley Quinn. I know that's not her. Let me go to.
Natasha says her defense team is a whole clown posse.
Oh, yes. Let's talk about the defense team.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
Now, to to be fair, they have an impossible task, but even bearing that in mind, not the best, is it?
If you didn't know better, you would think they're trying to give her an appeal for ineffective counsel. I mean, the dude gets up there, he must say 100 times about how, you know, unlikable she
Yeah.
is. And I get that when you got no defense, you have to basically just focus on, but the law states, regardless, that this is the law, and she has a right to, you know, a defense and da da da. But and he's talking in slow motion. And then at the end, he's like, "Well, I think I'm done here because I've run out of steam." And I'm thinking,
Yeah.
what the hell is happening right now? What is this guy doing?
Yeah, and I think his whole gimmick about walking out of the court and then coming back saying, I can't abandon this. It just didn't quite work.
Yeah, he had no emotion. I mean, he really sounded like he got no sleep the night before. He hasn't had any coffee. His Red Bull wore off, and he was exhausted. I mean, it was. I don't know. Like again, is he trying to help her get ineffective counsel? Because I would have considered that pretty ineffective the way that he was handling that. And just watching them in court, I get, you know, if she's trying to hide over in that corner and turtle down and keep her head down and look like the girl from The Ring coming out of the friggin' TV and all that shit, that's okay. But I literally, like, I saw her two lawyers talking to each other quite a few, and she's just not, they're not, there's no interaction. I mean, it's like they can't stand each other.
They probably can't. I mean, when she's had all these issues.
She's your defendant. I mean, where's even the, you know, just checking in, how you doing kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, I mean, she's probably pushing them away. I mean, anything's possible with her. We've heard all the stories, you know, from all the previous issues that she's had with her defense teams.
I think this is her channel.
Did you get it?
I think so.
Okay, awesome. This one, because it's going to be fascinating to see her on the stand or to hear her on the
Yeah.
stand.
Yeah.
Because she's obviously testifying for the prosecution. Now, what we have to bear in mind with that, and this is obviously going to be the job of the defense team, possibly, to try and pick holes in, is if there is any doubt about her knowledge, then she has some kind of immunity through testifying with the prosecution. I'm not great when it comes to legal stuff,
Well,
but I would assume something like that is going on, some kind of agreement.
well, no, she could be subpoenaed. And it makes sense
Okay.
that she would be subpoenaed for the prosecution because they're going to want her to testify what she saw that night, how her mom wouldn't let her in the house, how she sent her to go get those cleaning stuff. So no, you can subpoena them. And that happens a lot where you get subpoenaed by one side or the other. And it's not the side that you're on, but you're subpoenaed. So, I mean,
So
you
it
can
could
always
be like that. Okay.
yeah, yeah. You can always get up there and take the fifth, but people very rarely do that. So, yeah, she's most of the time, even if you agree, they'll still subpoena you just in case if you change your mind at the last minute.
I guess we'll be able to determine for sure once she's up there. We'll have a kind of idea, right? Just to how she testifies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Harley Neva. Nevea, sorry.
It's
Is
heaven.
that her?
I think that's her because that's the only other Harley other than that little boy Harley Dilly that I have on there. It's just been so long that I've been to that channel that I don't even remember it, but I'm pretty sure that's her. She's got a hiking vlog there. Looks like she hasn't put anything up for like 2 years though.
Let me just look
and none of it was about her mom. Yes, Nana Sue. I've been bitching about that about every 45 minutes watching the trial. It really infuriates me. I don't like how the cameras are set up either.
Yeah, which is quite frustrating when you can't see the screens. They're not linking up, any of the images. I mean, that's good in some respect. There's things that you don't want to see, but there's others that you do. I mean, I wanted to see that body cam footage.
Yes, I did too. I have another question for your chat. What do you guys think, or is it just me that thinks this is completely weird that courtroom's not packed?
Why is that?
And it doesn't necessarily look like they're restricting people because if you look for what you can see on the prosecution side, looks like there's quite a few people over there. And that doesn't mean that anybody's that's on the defense side is necessarily for her, but her side, there's a lot of space. And I'm thinking, man, if I lived there and I had time off from work, guess you would see me there.
You still got time, Cheryl.
Well, yeah, I've got like 7.5 weeks, right?
Yeah.
I was pop on down to Colorado. I haven't heard anything about them restricting people or what would they do for Johnny Depp and what's her face where they were giving out numbers every day. You got a seat, whatever. I haven't heard anything like that. So I just don't know if like.
Did you watch any of the Zachary Anderson trial? It was the same there. It was empty pretty much, that courtroom.
I did watch that, but I didn't watch a lot of it. I watched we talked about that. I just watched the updates. I was too fascinated with watching him and his lawyer to pay much attention to what was going on in the court. But now his case, I don't think was as well known as everybody knows this case. Everybody knows this case.
Jamie says, I doubt the stepsister was raised well. I have low expectations as to her testimony. I'm hoping Hybrid is able to join us on panel because I think she has a good bit of background.
Yeah, you guys, I put the link in chat, but it's also pinned at the top of the chat too.
Yeah.
So feel free to come up.
Shall we have a look at some of these videos? It seems that this is her. Nothing is saying that.
I mean, that's up to you. Personally, I don't.
So the oldest one is 3 years ago. It doesn't look like she's talking in any way about anything related to it.
No, she's not. And for all we know, she may have another friggin' channel out there by now, because nothing's been uploaded here for 2 years. So, but then again, maybe she's not on YouTube. Maybe she's over on Instagram or something. She did put something in a year ago, new vlog coming soon in her community post, but then nothing.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it because I don't know enough about her relationship with her mom, what happened after the fact. I know that she was with her in Florida, but that does make sense to me because she was still underage and she is her mom's daughter. So when her mom's leaving, she would take her daughter with her. Um,
Yeah.
I I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to say excited, but I'm looking forward to her being on the stand to get a little more feel about.
Yeah, likewise. It's hard, I guess, to kind of say much more about that until we see her on the stand. Revy says, Cheryl, in the courtroom, Letecia is talking out loud and nodding and shaking in court. The judge has been informed. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. I mean, where I'm watching it, a lot of times it's blurry. I'm watching. Where is everybody else watching it? I'm watching on Law and Crime. There,
So,
I'm. Yeah, okay. Because a lot of times it's not very crystal clear. I know that first day there was it was the court clerk or the court stenographer or something was sitting right there on the left hand side, and I think the camera was focused on her, so everything else in the background was really blurry for me. But I see her fidgeting a lot, but I haven't really seen anything specific because it's just not that clear. Or maybe I don't have a good enough TV because I quit watching it on my phone because it was just too small, so I watched it on my TV.
I've seen her have her head in her hands a lot, hunched over.
Yeah, yeah, except for yesterday. Yesterday, she had her head up. I saw her. She was watching Al a lot, and then she seemed to be watching the other ones, and a lot more than the first 2 days, where she just literally looked. I think I told you I was like my back and my neck were hurting just watching her so hunched over for hours. Yeah, but she reminds me of the girl from The Ring with the black hair, Samara, I think her name is. Have you ever seen that horror movie?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, when
Yeah, with
she's
that
got her
long
head,
black hair.
yeah, when she's all tucked under, and she got her head down, and then she kind of looks up, but then her hair, it's like she's just creepy. She's just creepy
She's
looking.
literally like something out of a horror film. You know, the evil stepmother. She's an archetype.
Yeah,
She
she
really
does.
is.
She does. Somebody said something. Where did I see something about a GoFundMe?
There's a
For a something hunt, saying that she lost both parents.
Bitey Cat says, well, I'm sure behind on this, Harley Hunt shows a GoFundMe for her, says she lost both parents.
Is that her last name? Is it Hunt? I,
Um,
I don't know.
I didn't think so. Is that maybe someone else? I don't know. Not
But I
sure.
do know that he said in court yesterday that her um, dad had passed away.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, he passed away. I don't know when. He was still alive at the time of the murder. That was Mike Hyatt.
2004. Wow, that was a while ago. She must have been a baby then, right? Yeah. Because if she was, what, 17 in 2020?
17. Yeah.
Yeah, so she would have been a baby when he died. Yeah, so let's see. Did you happen to hear? Because I didn't hear what who's supposed to be coming up next. My assumption would be we probably have a couple more police officers, maybe, and then we're probably going to get to the autopsy.
The autopsy. They've not spoken about the fact that he was dumped temporarily at a certain site, so I guess they'll
Yes,
do that same.
that's probably where more of the police are going to come in, where they're going to
Yeah.
talk about that. You know, all her crazy stories, the Petco, the GPS stuff. Yeah, that's probably going to come next.
I heard someone mention Petco earlier on. What's the Petco thing?
That's where she supposedly went. Well, she went, and that's where she kept looking out the window. But she told Al she kept doing it because she was afraid that Gannon was going to get out of the car. And he was like, we've left Gannon in the car before. Why were you acting like that? Then she came around. She said she was paranoid because of the guy. She left her phone there. I mean, she stopped at Petco. Because that was one of the questions I do remember at the beginning when they had her on GPS, that she had gone to that Petco. And that's when people were like, that's when they thought that maybe she had dumped his body out there because she had to pass umpteen Petcos to go to this one. Why would she go all the way out there she was getting something for the animals?
What is Petco? We don't have that over here. Is that like a pet store or?
Yes. It's
Right, okay.
It's a pet store where you go buy food and toys and pets and
Yeah, okay. And then one of the next stories was it the guy that she was going to meet through some forum regarding like getting a bike for Gannon, was it?
Craigslist,
sorry. And then apparently he lay down in front of her, the car, and she had to stop. Just the most.
He was following her. He was in the middle of the road, so she stopped, and then he jumped in the car. And then I was like, how could he do that? The doors are locked, which, my truck's the same way. As soon as I go faster than 15 miles an hour, my door's locked. They don't unlock unless I unlock them. So then her story morphed into where she actually, when he gave her that out, was this an accident? Was this an accident? Then she actually got to the place with the guy. And that's where a lot of times when she was, and I'm using air quotes, crying so hard she couldn't hardly talk, I was really struggling to understand her. But that's where Gannon rode the bike and he fell and he was bleeding. And the guy swooped him up and said he would take him to the house and bandage him and take him to 911. And then he just disappeared with him. I mean, I don't know.
And then I think eventually she even tried to point the finger at Landon, the biological mother.
Oh, did she? I must have missed that.
I don't think we heard that.
Oh, okay.
In the trial, but I think she attempted that at some point.
Well, I mean, why not?
Why not? She's tried every other possible.
You've been raped by 3 different guys with 3 different names, and I mean, yeah, why not?
It's so incredible, isn't it, to hear her in those calls, having the audacity, to be screaming at him.
Well, I was actually very shocked when because like I said, I woke up that day and they had already started playing it. Well, no, yeah, that was the second day, right? Yeah. She's just talking normal and she's talking about they're after me, they're trying to frame me. And I'm just thinking, you know what? Step kid or not, I wouldn't give a rat's ass what the fucking cops think about me. Let's just find this boy. I mean, in reality, right? If he just disappeared. There was so much time she was talking about, what she's been through and do you love me and do you want our family back? And I thought that we could all be together. And it was just crazy.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, can you imagine the kind of manipulation she was capable of? If she was capable of trying to manipulate under those circumstances when his kid is gone. Well, she's trying to make him feel guilty about not being with his family and keeping the family together in the midst of all this.
Bye, Tracy's leaving.
Oh, bye, Tracy.
Bitey Cat said they emailed you a link. It was attributed to her, but who knows? I don't know.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll check that there.
Yeah. Well, now, now that you guys have planted some other thoughts in my head, okay, so I'll tell you my first thought about Al. Like, I know myself, and I'm pretty confident that I would not have the physical fortitude to put up with what, but again, he's got quite the motive, right? He wants to know where his kid's at, but the way that he was handling that phone call, stop it. was very difficult because in my mind, my brain's exploding. Like, where's my son?
Yeah.
And he did get to that. He did get to that. But on the other hand, you know, if some of this, if it's proven that what Natasha and I'm sorry, I don't even remember.
I think hybrid Pisces.
Hybrid was saying, if a lot of that stuff is true,
can't ignore it. Can't ignore it if it's true.
Well, yeah, if a lot of that stuff is true, then I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm not saying that the guy wanted his son dead or anything, and that he wasn't desperate to get him back like any other parent, but maybe he knew a little more about
how crazy she was.
Yes. So, because for me, if I'm hearing this person I've been married to for 6 years say this stuff, I'd be right off the bat, what in the fuck are you talking about? He didn't say that till like the next day after umpteen phone calls. Why wasn't he saying that in the beginning? Why was he even placating any of it? I get he wants to know where his son's at, but it's so asinine to even play along. Why was he doing that? Unless that's what.
And as you know, that's kind of where my head was at, right? After hearing that first phone call without hearing the further phone calls.
Oh yeah, you were not very friendly about that.
Well,
because
I was speculating.
It sounds so bizarre that you're talking to your spouse, not just some random person that kidnapped your spouse is telling you, I was raped by this guy. I was raped by this guy. They were hiding in boxes. He was still in the house. There was this. And you're just going, okay, all right. No, I get it. I'm just trying to get, like, why are you even placating that and just giving her an out? Why don't you just, each time she says something stupid, why don't you just say, no, that's fucking stupid. Stop. But he didn't. He kept going along with that for like 3 friggin' phone calls. So now what they said makes me think that maybe it's possible that he did know a lot more about how she was, even though he denied he did. But I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's been one of the accusations. Was he just checked out? Hard to say. Have they shown the part where Gannon comes out of the house? Not during the trial, not yet.
No.
I was going to actually, I was going to show the interview of Letecia because I've not seen this in years. And there's
you could see if you can find a video, because when I looked up sorry, I just put something in my mouth. When I looked up something last night, the video of the neighbor with that. So yes, watch the interview with her, but I think the video with the neighbor's CCTV or security footage might be shorter. I think that's what Jenny's talking about.
Yeah, that would be in this that CCTV footage is obviously from the Monday, am I right? Or would it be Sunday?
That's the day he stayed home from school. But she told him she had to go run errands and he had to go with her. And then that's the day they went supposedly with the bike thing and the Petco thing. And in the video, it looked like he didn't come home. You can clearly see him leaving with her, but it looked like he didn't come home. But the police have come back and said that no, they've looked at it. And and we haven't heard this in the trial. I read this like a year ago or something, that they do believe he came back with her because there's a shadow. Oh God.
Shadow.
Even just talking about shadows makes me cringe. But there was a shadow, and they do believe. And I do. I sent you that other article where they think he died around 2:15. I have no idea why they think that. So they must have something else. If she shot him, somebody had to have heard those shots, right? So there's something else that makes them think that he was killed at 2:15.
Yeah. Hybrid says, I wonder if Kay would give us her interview with the friend's mom. Worth trying, Hybrid. Worth trying. Okay, so this is the, I think this is the video you're referring to, the interview.
I don't know.
It is surveillance video that could be at the heart of a child murder case, showing Gannon leaving with his stepmom Letecia. But according to neighbor Roderick Drayton, Gannon is nowhere to be seen when Letecia returns.
I watched the video. I could slow it down, speed it up. I know he didn't come home with her, so I knew something. She'd done something with him or to him.
Drayton started reviewing footage after a knock on the door from the FBI.
Just kept looking through video, hundreds of clips, until I found it.
From the start, a search team scoured acres of land looking for Gannon. Letecia has maintained her innocence.
A little emotional.
Cassie Brown knows the family.
It's been really tough.
Her son was friends with Gannon. The two bonded over video games.
He really did love Sonic as much as everybody says.
Like many in the Lorson Ranch subdivision, they're showing their respects. Blue is the theme.
He's really a light. He's so happy and so loving.
Balloons and ribbons are hard to miss.
After hearing what happened today, it's like, it's just heartbreaking.
As a community prays for a family experiencing tremendous sorrow. And as you can see here behind me, the blue lights on the outer wall here of the Lorson Ranch subdivision as this community continues to remember that little boy named Gannon. We are live in El Paso County, leaving with his stepmom Letecia, but according to neighbor Roderick Drayton, Gannon is nowhere to be seen when Letecia returns.
I watched the video. I could slow it down, speed it up. I know he didn't come home with her, so I knew something. She'd done something with him or to him.
Drayton started reviewing footage after a knock on the door from the FBI.
Just kept looking through video.
God. Just to see him walking there.
Hundreds of clips until I found it.
From the start, a search team scoured.
Oh, that's cool hybrid. That reminds me, when I initially seen this, with respect, he may have been injured walking to the truck. He did look like he could have been injured when he was walking there. Yeah, he sold the video for $5 grand.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Jesus
Sick.
Christ.
Sick.
Okay, let's be hopeful. Let's think that there's some humanity left in the world. He donated it to some child abduction organization or something. Let's
Yeah,
hope.
that'd be fine if he did. I'm trying to find some better CCTV footage.
Maybe if you type in like her name and neighbor security camera or something.
Hold
on. That red truck, and you have Letecia Stauch and how, as the neighbor described, a drugged out appearing Gannon getting into the red truck. And this is about.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Hey, Kat, how are you? This is a horrific case, Kat. It really is. So that's him there making his way. He's so gingerly walking there.
Well, you got to remember,
Like
if what she was saying is true, and he did have his stomach problems that day, or he was constipated, and she said she gave him Tylenol, he didn't feel good. He didn't feel good.
Yeah.
If that's true, if he hasn't already, I mean, he's already got burnt arms. We know that. If he doesn't already have some sort of head wound at this point, that could also be why he's actually 10.
Do you recall as well that they know that he was shot in the home, right?
Yeah, in his bed, they said, because the blood, they said, went through his mattress, through the carpet, through the padding, onto the floor.
And 13 a.m. And then the truck returns. This is what he said at 2:19 p.m. Letecia gets out and Gannon does not get out. So this is why it's very confusing. And then I spoke to him, Vinny, actually, before we went on the air to confirm all of this. Roderick Drayton, the neighbor, and there's one house in between his house and the Stauches. He is saying to me that he watched this video 30 times and he watched it with the FBI, and he is certain that he never saw Gannon get out of the truck. Now, I want you to keep in mind that at some point he had turned over his password to the surveillance video, all of that video to the FBI, and he didn't really look after 2:19. So I think that is what we're waiting for, is to find out, did the FBI find anything on that video after 2:19 p.m. that implicates Letecia Stauch even further?
Yeah, Ted, this was again a little bit of an inconsistency at the time when this video was first released.
Okay, I wanna just play a bit of what we heard yesterday in the police body cam, just so you can get an idea, for anyone that's not heard this, how she sounds in the background. Oh, hold on. Okay, so that's the video with respect that you've put in chat there from... Okay, that could be a better link. You read my mind. Okay. So yeah, for anyone that's not heard this, you hear Letecia in the background when they're searching the home. This is literally on the day that she made the 911 call and reported him missing. That was at 7 p.m. and the cops arrived at 10 p.m. And to hear her tone, she almost sounds giddy to me. And to be fair, this particular cop said that he didn't find her, how she was acting, to be anything unusual compared to other cases that he's been to where there's a missing child, but I find that hard to believe. I don't know if that's all just through the lens of being conscious of the argument for insanity. I find it hard to believe the way she was acting is how a parent would normally act under those circumstances.
Fair and accurate depiction of your body-worn camera when you responded on scene that day.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 210.
I took the covers that he was laying down, like had, and I just like threw it. I took the covers that he was laying down, like had, and I just like threw it on there because I got my daughter out and the dog's out. She was working, and it was something. I know, but it was something that we were just like.
Did he take his bike?
No.
Okay, because somebody saw a little kid on a bike. They posted it, but I didn't know if he brought it.
Well, he did, unless he took it sooner and brought it back, because Lena ends up getting the bike.
Okay.
And rides the bike because hers had broke. When she ran into him, I say ran into him as in not physically, but she somehow got his bike because hers wouldn't work. So he could have at one
They were
point.
here.
Yeah.
They were supposed to go pick him up for dinner.
Blue
And he
and
never
black.
called. They thought he was at his
Black.
friend's house. He was like,
Yeah.
he started sleeping. So
We
they
had
were gonna pick
him
him up
on
down the road.
one.
And he was never there.
There's
And he never
a
went to his
picture
friend's
someone
house.
said he was on.
Okay.
And he was reading the switch.
Do you mind if my
So
partner
it's-
looks around the house real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Because kids, they hide. and-
Thank you.
They get hide for hours.
Yeah, no, we've already checked the camp, like the.
Is there any other kids here?
Yeah, there's kids here. I see kids here. There's sister, 2 dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's definitely, he was out there for big lip and blah, blah, blah.
So, I know you said that you already going to 6.
Yeah, so it was.
Go back here if you went down there.
Okay, so. 3:15. Side, like all these things. So.
Okay. So, he did that. He didn't do that because you said his stomach was hurting. What happened?
Said no. He said he had already talked to my husband about being on conviction. So he said he was going to his friend's house later.
So what time did you left at 3:30?
I don't know the exact time because I was correcting his concrete thing downstairs.
So he.
And he's free, like my husband's like very more free than I am with the situation. I kind of always like, who's actually going to do that? I remember that's how I was with her. But like he's like, oh, I'm so sad. They're gonna advise everyone together type thing. So yeah, so all the time they go and ride and meet. That's how we do. Sir, I think it might be in my car. So whenever you're
What might be in your car?
he wants my ID.
Oh, okay. Was this the car you guys had with you today?
What?
Was this the car you guys had with you today?
What do you mean today?
I mean, did you drive this car today?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I didn't drive that car today.
You did not drive this car.
Did anyone else find that quick conversation strange? How could she be so confused about the car there? Listen to that again.
What do you mean with me today?
I mean, did you drive this car today?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I didn't drive that car today.
You did not drive.
Yes. No. Thinking on her feet for sure.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden she's like, oh, wait, shit. No,
Yeah.
because that's not the story that I had prepared in my head. But the truth came out, I guess.
Look at her there on the side. She's even using her hair to hide.
So I said she looks like Samara or whatever her name is from The Ring. Just add some water and there you go.
Yeah, I agree.
Probably just as evil. Yeah, she was.
Please do, Ira. That'd be awesome. There's a full moon out there, I hear. I like to go live when there's a full moon outside. I think it's quite appropriate.
Back out to the moon. I don't know how old your son is, but my daughter is 26 and she's obsessed with the moon too. So I get tons of pictures because she got a new phone, so it's got a really good camera. So she's like always sending me pictures at 3 a.m. of the moon.
Here's a random fact about the moon. Did you know that only one side of the moon ever faces the Earth?
I probably should have known that. I probably knew that. I don't know. My mom was big in astrology, so.
I know.
Or astronomy. Sorry, not astrology. Wrong thing. Astrology is the.
We know what you meant.
Yeah. So I'm going to say I knew that. Yes, I knew that.
I hear you enough saying that she sounded. I don't know if she sounds nervous to me. She just made a mistake there. But to me, her overall tone is really incredible when you know the context of what's going on. How calm she seems to me.
Well, she talks fast, anyways. At least based on those phone calls with him. Yeah. She was talking pretty fast too. So, and I picture her being very animated because I'm an animated person, even though nobody can see me while I'm sitting here on these lives. My arms are always moving because
you talk with your hands.
Yeah, very. And I get the impression she is the same way. And but honestly, how could she not be nervous? Really? She had to have been nervous, especially if we think that it's possible that his body is still there somewhere in that house. There was a reason that they asked about the suitcase. I think it was even her when he asked, did you see any suitcase? He said, well, you can see on the body cam, you know, and he's like, but did you see any big suitcases? He's like, I don't actually remember seeing one specifically. No. So there's a reason, because I'm going to guess that the prosecution is going to probably say that he was in the house at that time, or he's either in the house or he's in the trunk of her car. He's somewhere close by. So how could she not be nervous?
I know. And I agree. I think the fact that they brought up the suitcase there during this kind of leads you to assume that that's what they're going to be stating, that he was literally there when the police were searching.
That's, you know, that's got to be, if that's the case, you know, that's got to bother those police officers too.
Of course.
Hello, Gigi. So Gigi asked if you can slow down how he was walking, and then said hello to you. And chat.
Oh, hey Gigi, do you mean the security footage, or are you talking about this body cam here? Do you mean slow down how he was talking? Yeah, Nancy, she never wanted to show her face on camera. I was going to show that interview, wasn't I? While I do that, this is the fundraiser that Bitey Cat was referring to, which may or may not be Harley.
I don't think that's the same girl.
She looks darker skinned to me. That's her.
So Snowlion thinks that he was in the suitcase in the trunk, which possibly. I mean, he was either in the trunk or he was in the house. My only thing is did she, you know, but again, I don't know. You know, Harley was home. Harley could have been in her bedroom doing what 17-year-old teenage girls do, and she could have hauled him out to the car. So yeah, he could have, he was on the premises, in my opinion, that night. Unless they have some footage or something showing that she left earlier, but I haven't seen any timeline that depicts that, you know, she was seen leaving the house at 6:30 and came back at 7 and reported him missing. Because I think that was part of the thing, is that they didn't have any proof where she said she went out looking for him. They didn't have her on camera anywhere where she actually went out and looked for him. So he had to have still been there.
Yeah, and I'm going to put the link for this article that you found, Cheryl, which gives it's a really good timeline for this case. I found it interesting here that the investigators wrote in the affidavit that they believed that she had murdered her stepson shortly after 2 p.m. I'm presuming that they're indicating that they suspected her that very evening, unless I'm reading that wrong. And yeah, just before 5 p.m., she asked her daughter to pick up those cleaning articles. Sorry, on you go, sure.
Or something has come out in their investigation that leads them to, because doesn't it say like 2:15 or something like that?
Shortly after 2 p.m., yeah.
Yeah, so for them to nail down that time that way, they didn't get that from forensics from his body, obviously. So something had to have come out in the investigation for them to come up with that time. Instead of saying sometime between this time, you know, sometime that day, you know, they're pretty specific there. So that's why I said, I don't know, maybe they do have on camera. Somebody else turned over footage where you can actually hear gunshots or something. I don't remember what kind of gun. I know that they were talking about it. She was talking about it with Al. She just kept saying that black gun. I don't remember what he said, you know. But most guns you would hear, especially because there were at least 2 shots, right? Wasn't there 2?
I think I heard 2.
So there's some reason they think it was around 2:15. And I'm guessing, you know, because the daughter, she sent the daughter out, what, after 5 or around 5 to go get the cleaning stuff.
Yeah.
So they didn't even say between the time when she got home from the whole Petco guy laying in the road, Craigslist bike scenario thingy. They didn't even leave that window open, say between, I don't remember what time that was, say, let's say 1 o'clock to 4:30, because they sent her out, just before 5. They specifically say 2 something. So,
this is interesting. Just reading this here in a timeline. So this is on the Tuesday. She drives her car to a short-term parking lot at the airport and rents the Kia. Now, she told Al when she picked him up here that she'd left it at her where she worked, and a co-worker dropped her off. So she's clearly lied about that. I think Gannon was in the trunk of that car.
Yeah, by Tuesday, yeah.
Wow. Because she picked him up at 9 a.m.
Right. So after the police were there at 10 and they did the searching of the house.
Revy says Letecia let it slip. She was on the 95, which was the real route. They didn't pick up on that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the streets down there, so didn't sound like she knew very well either.
And then she returned to that parking lot at 7 p.m. and allegedly moved his body at that point. So undoubtedly, Gannon wasn't at the site by the time of that body cam that we've seen. He has to have been either in the trunk of the car, which you would think would be risky when the cops are coming, or he was, I think, in the storage room.
Well, well, she doesn't seem to be grounded in reality very much, but, they always say the best lie is the one that, has a grain of truth in it. And she did tell him a lot about how supposedly, I can't remember, was it Quincy or Eduardo at that point, had Gannon, and they were hiding in the storage unit behind those boxes.
Unbelievable.
So maybe that was her little slip. Maybe he was in there. Again, because we couldn't watch the body cam footage, and nobody actually asked about it. Where were those? Were the suitcases in that storage room? I mean, that's where I would keep my suitcases if I had a whole room for storage. They would be in there, right? So maybe that was her little grain of truth. Gannon was in there, and he was in the suitcase, but
Well, you're right. Liars tend to, include partial truth. It makes it easier for them to try to lie if there's some
right
truthful flags in there.
I mean, that would be just Jesus. But because we couldn't see the body cam footage, we don't know.
Yeah,
he did say you can see the suitcases in the body cam footage, and then that's when the attorney reiterated again, basically about a bigger suitcase. So again, we don't know where that was because we couldn't see it.
Yeah, which is annoying. I wish we could see that, the actual footage.
Yeah, but on the other hand, someone might forget to turn that particular camera off at a time when it needs to be turned off, which I understand.
Harley then picked up Letecia in her own car at 10:30 p.m. on the Tuesday.
So wait, what?
Harley, her daughter, picked her up in her own car at 10:30 p.m. Investigators believe. This is on the Tuesday.
So she drops the rental car off.
Picks up.
So Letecia returns to short term at 7 p.m. and allegedly moves Gannon's body to an unknown area to hide the body, says the affidavit. Investigators believe that Gannon had been in the car because Letecia wanted to avoid her husband discovering the son's body. Okay. Harley then picks her mother up in her own. So her own car. I'm confused.
It must. I presume it was to How long did she have the rental car?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because I was thinking maybe it was to take back the rental, but
yeah, but even then, she still has her car. So she took her car and disposed of his body temporarily somewhere. And then what did she do with? Okay, scroll down a little bit more. The rental car is returned
at 9 a.m. on the Wednesday. Okay. And her vehicle freshly washed. So she's obviously washed the car on the Tuesday evening at some point.
So I'm still confused.
It's very confusing case.
She has her rental car on Tuesday. She picks Al up at the airport. They go home. Somehow she comes up with some lie that is okay with him to leave that night. What is she going to Dunkin' Donuts or Dairy Queen? Where is she going? But anyway, she goes to her car, goes back to her car, the short-term parking at 7 p.m. and allegedly moves Gannon's body to an unknown area to hide the body, said the affidavit. But move it into this rental car. But then she has her daughter pick her up. So now she's got her car somewhere. She's got the rental car somewhere, but then she doesn't return the rental car till 9 a.m. the next morning. Like, that doesn't make sense in my mind. And why is Al perfectly fine when the whole friggin' neighborhood is doing 24-hour searches for this guy? She's just out there running around in cars and wouldn't
bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't that raise a lot? Like, where the fuck are you going?
So according to him, he first got seriously suspicious when he followed up what she had said and gone to try and check the car that she said was at her workplace, and it wasn't there, and that's when it really clicked for him.
Right.
I'm presuming that was on the day after he got back.
That would be Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Tuesday night, though, she's out moving Gannon's body around and having her daughter pick her up, which makes no sense to me because now we don't have a rental car. We're not driving the rental car now. Her car's still in somewhere. I don't know if it doesn't say. It just says she returned to short-term parking and allegedly moved Gannon's body. It doesn't say whether she moved the car or just moved him. And the dad he just got home, 12 hours ago, and she's just out running around so it says 7 p.m. She returned, and then she had her pick her up at 10:30. So 3.5 hours when the son's missing and the whole neighborhood's out looking for him. I just got home 12 hours ago. And like I said, what excuse would you say to somebody to just disappear for 3.5 hours in the middle of searching to where they'd be like, okay, yeah, cool. See ya. Let us know if you find him. I mean, that makes no sense to me.
And what was she telling Al she was doing when her daughter picked her up at 10:30 p.m.?
Yeah.
What?
Where's the rental car? Where's your car? Why don't you just have her drive her to your car and you bring your car? What? None of this is making sense. But see, this is also a timeline that they took from the affidavit. I mean, if we saw the actual affidavit, I'm assuming affidavits are usually pretty more defined than this. And then did she wait 2 weeks? Are you asking about before she went to Florida? I don't think it was she went to Florida the first part of March, didn't she? Can you scroll down? Because it talks about when we all heard that those calls with him were on the 14th. He was definitely working with the FBI on the 14th.
I think it was March, yeah. Oh, hold on. So she was arrested on the 2nd of March.
Oh, okay. Scroll back up then. Letecia calls a company. Oh, that's the other thing, that test. 5 different versions of events.
Okay, so Crime Curious says she left for Florida on the 1st of February. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Oh, yeah.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah, so February 1st. So no, she didn't wait 2 weeks. She went a couple days. So him and her must have already been having, because wasn't the thing like Landon was there and she was in the house, but when Letecia did that interview, she wasn't in the house anymore, and she was talking to Al about that, about her not being there, but
Okay, let's have a listen to that interview again with all the benefit of all this context and what's in the trial. I mean, I think at the time, it was such a bizarre interview. I think everyone... It's kind of like the version of Chris Watts' porch interview. Yeah?
Yes, it was.
We all knew in our stomach straight away.
Yeah, something wasn't right. Yeah.
I am Tisha Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home, and of course I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happen with the...
Takes a special kind of crazy to be in the middle of what's going on here with her stepson missing, that she's still within a minute of this interview, she's making jabs against Landon. Wow.
El Paso County Police Department, you know, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't compliant. And could I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't compliant or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I...
Wow. There's a lot of indications that his body was literally in her vehicle, which is within sight during this interview. Wow.
Stop the interview, could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time, correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives, and so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives, they're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye, because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old in the United States Force, who admitted to anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officer?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got to, like, who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping, because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your chat. Doing great. Want to make sure that we're still good on recording, still can hear you okay. Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while, my mic will do that, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the source.
Oh yes, wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we can protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind, and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario, and you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house, and we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that, and that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? We don't. That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter over here, because she can go and say that, you know, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. And if she doesn't want to, that's okay. But you're allowed
That's
to
fine.
ask her. Sound okay so far?
Yes, I need Harley. Because they want you to verify was Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work.
Do you want me to just say yes?
No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you can verify Gannon was at home. Yeah. I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, you know, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, yes. Okay. I guess when.
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So, you know.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore, and for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that, and that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind.
Right.
I could take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
okay.
still.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, And
Do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
it definitely is. And, here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like, if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why even care about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband. We just wanted to add a message to Gannon from my family, is that we love you and miss you, and we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay. We love you.
Wow. Not only is she trying to obviously lie her way out of this, but above and beyond that, she wants a goddamn apology from all you guys. Unreal.
Yeah, that's not. And if she left for Florida in February, then this interview was done before then, right? So
Yeah.
This is literally within days of him disappearing. First off, she's not a basket case. Anybody would be a basket case. We've seen better fakers do interviews about missing children where it turned out they actually did kill their kids. Way better than she did. She did horrible. She did manage to pull out the fake at the end, so.
Yeah. Do you know what? I think there's a strong case that there was some kind of Munchausen by proxy going on here. If you read a little bit up on what she was like, she had this obsession with Kim Kardashian. She's clearly a maniacal narcissist. Did she, was this to be some moment in the limelight for her?
I don't think so.
No?
No.
You don't think she wanted to benefit in some way from this? In some sort of almost reality TV weird mini celebrity thing?
No, I don't think that's not the feeling that I get. You have someone backstage.
Oh, Helen. Are you on to come up, Helen? Just let me know in chat. Helen knows so much about this case.
She said, knock, knock, let me in.
Okay. It's just listening. Can someone look into the tissues, please? I can't remember where I heard that. I heard that today as well.
I just heard that too. I have no idea what that's about. So Voices is saying, I think she was, yeah. So again, I don't even know what this tissue thing is about. I tend to believe probably more of what Voices has been saying and Hybrid and everybody else that, she just lost her shit and something happened. Do I think it was an accident? No. Clearly, you don't stab somebody 2 times. You don't shoot them a couple times. You don't hit them with something over their head to cause some sort of skull fracture to that extent. None of that is an accident. But stop calling me. But
I love that ringtone.
but I don't think that she planned this for attention. I think maybe she didn't expect the backlash as quickly, but she's also been this person that clearly has spent her life telling these lies and these outlandish stories, and and she's gotten away with it. So of course she thought she's going to tell this stupid made up shit and the whole world's going to be, just because your husband lets you get away with it and other people, your friends maybe, doesn't mean the world. And I don't think she expected the backlash at her by social media.
Yeah, I suppose if it was a Munchausen type thing, then why would she not be showing her face on camera there, I guess?
Yeah, she would be trying a lot more for sympathy. She's not really trying for sympathy. What she's trying to do is to get people to stop accusing her of doing this. But she's clearly just, again, we've all seen stories, and we're talking about legitimate ones, not ones that it turned out that we found out later down the road that they did kill their kid and it was all fake, but legitimate ones. They don't even fucking care about that, and even parents, where they say they feel like they're being interrogated by the police, they don't even fucking care. They'll go through whatever they need to go through from the police so they can be ruled out and then move on, right? Because that's your main goal. And she just doesn't show any of that urgency. And yeah, I don't think, and also I don't think Munchausen is as, it's kind of like not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't think it's as common as people say it is.
Well, Munchausen, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, you're probably right. If anyone, before I completely shoot down myself in that argument, if anyone thinks there's a chance of Munchausen here, let me know in chat. But I don't think I even believe in myself that. And let's not forget, Cheryl, this woman was a teacher. A goddamn teacher.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the other thing. When she speaks, intelligently. I mean, the shit coming out doesn't make sense, but she speaks intelligently.
She does, yeah. She's coherent. Hybrid. Kay suggested this week that maybe she went into Gannon's room and caught him on his Nintendo Switch, which he wasn't allowed per Al, and lost her shit, smashed him in the head with it. The Switch was never found. Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, she talked about the Switch a lot when she was talking to Al.
Yeah.
Did anybody ever answer about the friggin' tissue in her underwear?
I'm sure I heard the answer to this, but I've forgotten in the last few days. Someone has to know. There's a really weird reason for that. Stabbed 18 times.
What? I thought he was only stabbed twice. Once in the front and once in the back.
GG says 18 stabs, question mark. Is that wrong, is it?
I thought I heard once in the front and once in the back, but that could have been a video that I watched a long time ago. I don't know. He had a fractured skull, yeah. So he had a fractured skull. He had 2 bullets in him, and he had at least 2 stab wounds. So none of, I mean,
Hybrid says that's correct. 18 stabs.
Maybe I must have missed.
Wow. Oh my god. Snow Lion, I've handled a number of Munchausen cases. This isn't one of them. Yeah.
18, you guys. Oh, I thought 2 was bad enough. 18 and 2 bullets and a fractured skull. Like that qualifies for overkill. I mean, he's a little.
Absolutely, that's rage.
Yeah,
Absolute
he's
rage.
little. There's not enough surface body to stab 18 times and not hit at least 1 or 2 major organs or an artery. So then why the gunshots? And oh, Jesus.
And the burns, yeah.
18. You know, you take like, I don't know if anybody uses those really old, like meat tenderizer things, like the little mallet thingies. Now, that's not even as hard as you imagine doing that 18 times to a little boy. Jesus.
Jenny, yeah. I was speaking about this at the beginning. To me, this is more evil than a serial killer. To imagine all children treat their parents as if they're gods. And it has the added cruelty of that child thinking all this rage against him was somehow his fault. It's just an added layer of evilness to this. The one, it's not a consolation, but the one obvious fact with, someone like Robert Hansen, a serial killer who was hunting down these girls, they had no doubt that they did nothing to deserve it. A child's not necessarily going to know that. And it's so sick. Another 4 or 5 years, and she wouldn't have been able to do that to him. And she made him apologize. That was in the middle of his last minutes. That's all she wanted. And you can hear his confusion and terror in that video. Voices says, I'm surprised she isn't covered in injuries at the moment. I'm sure she will be when she goes to her new forever home after all the evidence is public. Yeah, I mean, goes without saying. She's in danger. And for her, I would make an exception. I don't believe in the death penalty. Cheryl does. But for her, public burning seems appropriate for a witch. I know, Ivy, right? I know. And who knows how true some of those things were, these claims that she was making about him. Pure rage. So I just wanted to quickly show you again this GoFundMe. It looks like that actually is Harley. I bet you can't send me this video. Is that the same person?
If you're lost, please stop and watch. Our sins, but I just never grew that close relationship with him. And I got to feel all from me. And when I was 12 years old, my father passed away, and this was one of the hardest times in my life. I faced so much depression and anxiety and suffering, and I just thought that I had to hold in all my feelings and emotions, so I never got help with it. I thought that I had to show I was strong and that even though I wasn't. During those times, I completely lost myself, and I just started finding hope and happiness in so many other wrong places, whether it was boys, and always thinking that I had to be in a relationship and less just to fulfill that missing piece of my father that I never got to have. And, you know, this really broke me. The biblical
Did that stop playing, or is it just me?
so nervous. I was so scared. I had to pray over me. And keep in mind,
Did it stop playing there, did it?
Well, for me, it's skipping and freezing. I don't know if it's just me or if it's everybody.
I think it's at my end. You know how it does this sometimes when I present through StreamYard?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yes. Well, who was it? Was it Voices that asked if that's the daughter? Yeah, that's her daughter. I like her hair.
you and Stauch talked to me because we had got in an argument shortly before.
Can you hear that now? Sure.
It's still kind of sketchy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Before then. And I just didn't think ever that those were the last words that I came for granted. After that, me and my dad were moving all the way to Alaska.
No, it's sketchy. Do you want to send me the link and see if I share it, if it'll be better?
About it. So that you can go closer to him without any distraction. And I remember in that moment.
Say again?
It's still sketchy. I'm only getting like every fourth word.
Do you know what? I think it's my internet connection right now, looking at StreamYard. How's it for you guys? Okay, it's an issue for everyone. Okay. I will try it again.
Then me and my family, we had found out that we're moving across the country all the way to Alaska. And I was so nervous and I was so sad my pastor prayed for me. And keep in mind, she had no idea on my life. And she had told me she already got into a place of isolation so that you can be with him and you can be with him with distractions. I remember in a moment I just I felt so much.
Nope, it's not working.
And it was just with joy and overwhelm. I didn't know what to say.
Rabbit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. Well, I'll put the link for that video in the chat. Seems to be some issue on my end. Yeah, it's dragging. They're saying in chat. Okay. That's annoying, because I was wanting to show some of the Sarah Boone stuff.
Sorry, Gigi. I think I busted out her ears. Yeah, I've had that happen where you turn something up because what video they're playing, and then all of a sudden someone talks, and you're like,
Yeah,
Jesus.
that was my fault. I had the volume down.
Oh, is Lizzie in chat?
Hey, Lizzie. How are you?
I saw. Oh, yeah, she's there. Hi, Lizzie.
Is this a case you're familiar with? Oh, yeah, guys. Lizzie is going live tomorrow, actually, so look out for that. Heidi Ho 4.
So do you want to tell them what you think about that GoFundMe?
The GoFundMe here Looks like it's from her. That's obviously her, even though we didn't think it was.
Right. And she says she lost both her parents.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming, because she said both her parents a few years ago, or how did she word it? I'm assuming she was talking about Albert, because she referenced in the GoFundMe that she lost both her parents at the same time, whatever time that was, which, I mean, she probably did.
She must mean Albert because
Yeah.
her biological father died later after
Yeah.
that point. Yeah, because she says when she was 17 years old, which was at the time in the murder.
Voices, yes. Do you still have that link
Which link?
to the GoFundMe?
I do. Hold on. Yeah, so we didn't think this was actually her. She just looked different there, but it is.
Well, I mean, she straightened her hair, but it still didn't look like her. But you also got to remember she's young, and
Yeah.
you know, they don't change as quickly as toddlers do, but they do change. And it's been 3 years, so.
Indeed. Oh, hey, Evie. Good to see you here. Yeah, catch it up tomorrow. I mentioned the fact that you were helpful to correct me in the terminology when I mentioned that it was open-end arguments. Open-end statements.
So Helen says this, and somebody else said this earlier, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who said it, that they believe that Gannon is in the van with Letecia at the interview. Someone else said that too.
Yeah, Hybrid mentioned that I think it was mentioned by law enforcement at some point, just going by what they believe in the timeline, that there's a very good chance he was in the trunk of her car, of her van, during that interview. And you actually do see the her van in the background, apparently. I didn't catch that when I was watching it, but
Like, that's serial killer kind of shit. Like,
whole other level, isn't it?
It is. And again, I'm gonna stick to my guns and say she still doesn't qualify for legal insanity, but clearly she's not okay in the head.
I agree. I mean, I would argue she probably is insane. It's just that I don't. There's no mitigation for me with that.
And she's driving Harley around in there, and I'm just I hope to God that this young girl had no clue, had no idea. But if that's the case, that's double horrifying, right?
It is. Shall we just go through the timeline, just quickly, stage by stage? Voices is asking there.
Sure.
I did kind of briefly go through it. Obviously, I'm having some issues when I'm sharing the screen, but it should be fine for this. Hold on. Okay. Right, so here we go. I put the link in chat earlier. I'll quickly bang it back in chat. So that's the article that Cheryl found. Okay, so we all know that his body was discovered 1,500 miles away under a bridge in goddamn Florida. So January the 27th was the Monday, and she calls 911 at 7 p.m. Deputies arrive at the home at 10 p.m. She gives them permission to search the property. We think it's almost definite that Gannon was still in the home at that point. Investigators write an affidavit that they believe that she murdered her stepson shortly after 2 p.m. They probably didn't believe that at the time, but subsequently. Just before 5 p.m. that day, she asked Haley, her daughter, to go pick up some cleaning products. This is where it gets confusing for us. On the Tuesday, the following day, she drives her own car to a parking lot at the airport, leaves it there, and then rents a Kia. And she picks up her husband, Al, Gannon's father, in that rental at 9 a.m. from the Colorado Springs airport. And he did mention that he already thought that was strange, it was weird, but he just was thinking about other things. Then Letecia returns to that short-term parking lot at 7 p.m. And this is where the prosecution thinks that she moved his body to an unknown area. They believe that Gannon had been in that car in the truck to avoid Al discovering him. And then her daughter picks her up in her own car at 10:30 p.m. that Tuesday night, based on cell phone records. Then on the Wednesday, she returns the rental car at 9 a.m. She meets with investigators 2 hours late, and her vehicle is freshly washed. She arrives with sheets of paper and proceeded to tell investigators that she'd been held at gunpoint by Eduardo on the day that he went missing. And then she alleged that he raped her and abducted Gannon. She says that she cleaned up the area before reporting her son missing. And she would subsequently, in one of her narratives to Al, say that Eduardo, or I'm not sure if it was Eduardo or someone else, but the guy was hiding in the house at that point when the police were there. Investigators seize her cell phone, take DNA swabs. She begins to stick tissues down her pants and says she is struggling to breathe and having heart problems. She's rushed to the hospital. I hadn't heard that. She has no life-threatening health concerns, and upon release, she slips out of the building without telling law enforcement. January the 30th, Thursday, Gannon's status is changed to an endangered missing child. FBI gets involved. They're searching in El Paso County. February the 1st, Letecia and Haley begin to drive cross country. She had rented a van for the drive. And obviously Gannon's remains were in that suitcase, in that drive. So that's her drive into to Florida, right? February 3rd, a neighbor comes forward with the surveillance footage that we've seen. February the 4th, she arrives in Florida, checking into a hotel just 3 miles from that bridge. February 13th, they're searching into the neighboring county. February 14th to the 15th, Letecia tells her husband 5 different versions of events that occurred in the hours before Gannon went missing. So Cheryl, we were talking before about those pretext calls. They were after she went to Florida. We were thinking it was before that, right? You're on mute, Cheryl, if you're speaking.
I couldn't find the right tab. I don't know if I actually ever had an opinion. She clearly didn't want him to know where she was. But yeah, it's confirmed. She was already there when he was speaking to her. They did ask him What did they ask him? They asked him, did he believe she was still in the area or she was somewhere? And he said, absolutely not. But they didn't say anything about Florida yesterday. So
yeah,
she was definitely secretive. She said, because he's like, send me your GPS, send me your GPS, send me your location right now. And she wasn't going to do it.
yeah. It's crazy to think that she'd already gone through that drive at that point.
Yeah, and most likely already, disposed of his body because, it only took, what, three days, I think, 3 or 4 days to get to Florida, maybe. So I don't think she had him. Yeah. Oh, God.
So let's summarize some of the stories here. The first one here, when EPSO came to the house on the Monday, the abductor was still in her residence and that she tried to signal to the deputies that someone was in the residence. There's no indication of that whatsoever from what we hear from that body cam.
No, not at all.
Then we have, she was raped by a man at her residence and he abducted Gannon. She knew the man's identity because she saw a paper and his identification card fell out of his pocket.
Wasn't that the Quincy Brown? Because first it was an Eduardo guy, then there was some Uncle Matt guy, and then the last one was the Quincy Brown guy.
Quincy Brown, yeah.
Poor Quincy Brown. I mean, not really, because it turned out he is an actual sex offender there in Colorado, so I don't really feel sorry for him, but still.
Still. Letecia and Gannon were near County Line Road, Highway 105 in northern El Paso County on the Monday. Gannon is riding a bicycle in the area, fell off, hit his head, and then was abducted by a man. Letecia stated that the blood in the corner of his room was a combination of hers and Gannon's. In this explanation, she stated that the abductor anally penetrated her and Gannon with an object. Additionally, she was tied up at some point in the abduction, and the abductor was still present during the law enforcement visit that night. Oh, and here we have the fake polygraph. February the 18th, she calls a company called fakepolygraph.com, hoping to get the results of a test she took sent to her, but is told her report was blocked by management based on the contents of the questions. February 22nd, search efforts are suspended. A judge signs off on the arrest warrant, and she's arrested on March the 2nd in Myrtle Beach in South Carolina. A few days later, Albert files for divorce.
Yeah, he wasted no time, did he? What I want to know, that's the other thing that I want to know when her daughter takes a stand. I want to know what she told her daughter, why we're going to Florida when Gannon's missing. And
I think
then
that's what we're all waiting to see is her on the stand.
Yeah, and then not just, hey, and then we're going to go back to Carolina, South Carolina. I don't remember which one. But why are we in Florida? What are we doing here? I can't wait to hear what that story sounded like.
She must have had some interesting reason. I'm sure we'll hear.
No, it didn't even have to make sense. Listen to all the shit she told Al. None of it fucking made sense. But that's the other part. I want to know from her daughter's mouth what she thought of whatever story did you believe your mom? Because that this girl had to grow up hearing her mom tell these stories. She didn't just start being a liar the way she is, that day. She's clearly been doing that for a very long time.
Yeah. I'm really intrigued to see if she indicates any suspicion that she had down the line. Guys, there's a panel link. I'd love to hear what some of you guys think on this.
So Helen said she tripped herself up when she was talking about the road. She accidentally said 95 instead of 25, and the 95 is the Florida. Someone else said that. Someone else in chat. They said that
That's
earlier.
right. Yeah, that's right.
But I actually thought they were talking about the roads because she was giving so many roads in Colorado. Well, you know, when that one road, and he's like, oh, yeah, you know, and I didn't know. So someone else said that in chat too.
Yeah.
Good catch, you guys, because I didn't. I just kind of glazed over all the road talk because also we don't have interstates named the same way that they do in the lower 48. So even when I go to the lower 48 and I have to drive, it's confusing. I mean, we have 2 highways. I mean, we have a couple highways, but in and out of Alaska, there's 2 main highways. So we don't have interstates and junctions and all these other fancy things like that.
Yeah, Helen knows this case inside out. She's been helping us with this.
No. I'm glad you said that because whoever said it earlier, and I apologize, I don't remember who said it. I thought they were talking about when she said 95, that was one of the roads in Colorado. I didn't realize that was one that was in Florida. So yeah, I know he corrected her on quite a few of them. I didn't understand any of it, so I just kind of glazed over on any of that.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah, so like I'm in a different country, so
I was just going to say I'm the same. Yeah, I have the same issues.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. We need somebody from the lower 48 to explain it to us because I don't get it.
Alaska really is kind of like another country, isn't it? Geographically.
Well, yeah, and some people actually think it is too.
Oh my God, we were laughing about this. Letecia had a real problem with Alaska, didn't she?
She did.
I was personally offended on your behalf.
She didn't like Alaska. Oh, good. Alaska didn't fucking like you either, you psycho bitch. All right, sorry, I kind of.
You have to get that out of your system. Yeah, Helen doesn't have a channel, unfortunately. Maybe one day, Helen. Maybe one day.
Helen would be great having a channel.
She would.
Because she does so much friggin' research. Yes, well, get one, please. There you go. Yes. Thank you. So they're supposed to be back in session tomorrow, correct?
Tomorrow, yeah.
But they didn't say, because I know that they asked the first night who they planned on calling, which, you know, they don't always have to do that. But, and they said that they were going to call those 2 people from Florida. But they didn't say who they were calling tomorrow, right?
I don't remember hearing that.
They did finish up though, right? The guy from Florida?
I think.
Oh no, it was the cop. It was the body cam was the last thing. So they called 3 people yesterday and he was done, right? So he's not going to be coming back. So they're, okay. Yeah. So
it'd be interesting to hear if there's any testimony from some of her exes.
Yeah, I would assume that there might be, you know, a history of lying or manipulate, or, you know, something. I don't know. I'm going to guess, though, that we're probably going to start getting the timeline tomorrow, like the GPS stuff, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if they would do that or they would do the autopsy. I don't know.
That's right, Ivy. She said she wanted to give Alaska back to Russia.
Well, she's not the only one that has said that. A lot of people, and I'm not saying like my fellow Americans are dumb because they're not, but a lot of Americans actually that I've met in my lifetime actually think we are still part of Russia. So, you know, Putin wanted us back too. He said that a few months ago too. He wanted us back.
He did, yeah.
Good luck with that.
Good luck. I'm in 2 minds right now whether to dive into the Sarah Boone stuff.
Well, I think you could just give the update because there isn't much to dive into. Like, guess what?
Not.
Surprise, surprise.
I can't believe it. I can't wrap my mind around this being postponed yet again. It's become a joke.
Yeah, I mean,
Perverted joke.
anybody in the U.S. knows that having postponements for especially, high profile trials is normal. Even for a non high profile trial, it's normal because they just set a date. They just throw it out there, and then comes time, no, they have these motions and da da da. But this is just. But then again, I don't know. I mean, we talked earlier about how Letecia's attorneys, how they must feel having to defend her. I can't even imagine how Sarah Boone's, how many, 6, however many attorneys she's had, 4, 6, 8, I don't know.
She's going through a few.
Oh, Helen, yes. Yeah, both cases have bodies in suitcases, and they're both batshit crazy. Not legally insane.
Well, you've done a very diplomatic job, Cheryl, allowing me to make my case for Sarah. I know you.
I'm just giving you enough rope to. I'm just waiting.
Well, time shall tell. So, this is Sarah. Because I'm having issues here, I don't know if I can actually. I've not actually seen this yet. I wanted to play it fresh on a live.
And I can tell you that you can, but I can tell you that 90% of that is worthless. It's nothing.
Right.
There's no substantial value to it other than being able to see she got a haircut. She looks a lot older. There's really nothing. He says why, because they're having a hard time finding anybody that would testify for the money that the state would pay, which I think is a bunch of bullshit. What he's having a hard time doing is, and he did kind of admit that he's kind of having a hard time finding someone to do it at all because this is a high profile case. Well, I don't know. Casey Anthony didn't seem to have that problem. She was pretty high profile. It's just a bunch of shit. So Voices said something about July. I don't understand the July either. That seems so that was the first part of April, May, June. Yeah, so that's a lot. Well, no, that's not
3 to 4 months over.
Yeah, that's a 3 month. And I'm thinking that seems awfully excessive, but actually if you're talking about, because if they find someone, if that's the route they're going to go, which clearly that is what they're going to do, then the prosecution's going to need to find someone with their counter to, no, she did not put him in a suitcase and pass out because she was his wife. So yeah, maybe 3 months is, but damn it. I mean,
so they're going with
her plans.
It is. So yeah, they're going with the battered woman syndrome, which I don't give any credence to, but this is what happens. This is just the legal process. The defense team are going to exaggerate one side, one argument, which is not going to be true. And to me, the prosecution is going to exaggerate the other side, which is also, to me, not going to be quite true. And in theory, the two arguments battling against each other, then the right verdict is found through that, which hopefully it is. But this is nothing. I don't think this is the battered woman thing is the reason at all. I think they were both as bad as each other.
Yes.
There's plenty to indicate that. It's just as simple and as flippant as it might sound that she just simply did not mean this. She was, in my mind, so under the influence that she just didn't comprehend the danger to his life, and that is the key phrase. And it was interesting, Cheryl, when I looked at the arrest affidavit, they actually do stipulate that terminology that we were talking about, from the second degree charge.
Yeah.
Let me just bring it up.
Somebody said I got to go back to the chat. Ivy Lynn said that thought when she saw that the first time that was Brian Cole. How do you say his name?
Kohlberger.
Yeah, Kohlberger.
She thought who was Brian Kohlberger?
Seeing that picture there of her with the profile picture with the short hair.
Oh, all right. Yeah, look how much she has aged in those 3 years.
Yeah.
She is not a happy bunny.
I think they're going to try to use the battered woman because since those recordings are going to be introduced, and they have no choice. I mean, maybe they tried to keep them out, but clearly they're coming in. She makes that comment in there that's how I feel, that when he says I can't breathe, and she was like, that's how I feel when you're choking me. So that's going to be their grounds. I don't think I mean, yeah, they're going to bring in all the other stuff and they're going to say, you've done it, he's done it, blah, 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 blah. But her saying that in the middle of that video recording, I think that's going to be the basis of the battered woman.
Yeah. Yeah. Clearly, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the arrest affidavit.
Voices. She could say it was, she didn't, it could still go back to, she just wanted to make him pay, make him, suffer for a while, that she had no intentions of killing him. And even then, maybe she's going to go for heat of passion. Maybe she's going to try to say he choked her earlier that night. So I agree with you. It's going to be a waste of time. I hope somebody doesn't fall for that, but that's what I think that they're going to try to, that she was basically just trying to punish him for choking her and cheating on her.
Do you know what? It just feels like a strange opportunistic moment for her to just deliver some punishment to him for clearly the issues she was upset about.
And again, we talked about, the not guilty by reason of insanity, my opinion, that there are cases that warrants it, not as many as it's used for. And I think that that's an abuse that's being used. Battered women's is definitely one that, and I'm not saying there aren't tons of women that are being abused, and they are, and I acknowledge that. But do I think that every woman that gets up there and claims that, and again, I'll say that I've talked about this, how I've been on 3 juries. One of them was a possession charge, but it was the girlfriend or the wife. I don't even remember. It was so long ago. She was being charged with possession. It was a grow. It was before we legalized pot for the umpteenth time here in Alaska. I mean, it was a grow operation in their extra bedroom. She was getting charged with possession, and her defense was a battered woman's because they found like her fingerprints were on he had a lock on the door. So when he wasn't there, she would go in and water the plants or do whatever you do with them. And so they said, obviously you were part of it, or you wouldn't have been unlocking the door. We've got your thumbprints on it. Da, 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 da. I was abused. He beat me. I was scared to death. If I didn't take care of his plants, he was going to kill me. And it was a very, in my opinion, a gross abuse of battered woman, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's clearly something that's going to be abused, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is what I wanted to read out. This is written by that female interrogator, the lead detective on the case, Chelsea Connolly, who we all have noticed how lacking she was in certain respects. But anyway, So she writes here, Sarah was informed she was not free to leave and under arrest. Deputy Sheriff responded to transport her to prison, obviously. Based on her inconsistent statements. I don't see many inconsistent statements really, but anyway. On what occurred and the videos found on her iPhone, I believe probable cause exists to charge Sarah with second-degree murder. Jorge Torres is dead and his death was caused by her criminal act. She zipped him in the suitcase to where he could not get out. He begged repeatedly, telling her he could not breathe, and Sarah left him in the suitcase. Therefore, proves the unlawful killing of Jorge by Sarah's actions that were imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind without regard for Jorge's life. So she's pretty much just copied and pasted that from the second degree terminology, obviously, right? And that's what I have a disagreement with. I don't think she knew his life was in danger. I know most people disagree with that, but that's my case. And I do think she's going to get found not guilty of second degree. As much as we can be repelled by her personality, you have to try and take that out of it.
No, because he's saying, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And the indifference, that's the second degree. It's not whether she thought he was going to die. I don't know whether she thought he was going to die or not. But the fact that he's saying, I can't breathe. If someone's laying on the floor, writhing around, grabbing their chest, saying, I'm having a heart attack, and you just sit there because you don't really believe them, that's still indifference, right? So,
but you got to bear in mind how inebriated she was.
Yeah, but I don't think we're ever going to come to a conclusion on that because everybody's idea is different. Again, unless we, bring her into court and have her take shots and have her talk along the way so we can kind of gauge, there's really no way. Clearly, she was fine enough to go over, pick the suitcase up, film again, go upstairs. Didn't she try to call her ex-husband or text him or something a few more times before she falls? It doesn't matter. You've got someone who is clearly in distress in a suitcase saying, I can't breathe. No, seriously, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And you still choose to go upstairs thinking, oh, he's crying wolf. It doesn't matter. You still left him there.
And she should still be punished for that. I'm just saying that the punishment should be a step down and it should be manslaughter. So I'm not saying she's absolved of that. Of course she is. I just don't see second degree in this. And that's even bearing in mind the terminology.
You're wrong.
Well, we do have a bet on the outcome of this, so the proof will be in the pudding, right?
It will be. It will be. I mean, either way, she's going to do jail time. I mean, that's so.
Yeah.
I just think if I were on that jury, based on what the law states, it would take a really long time for those other jurors to convince me that it falls under manslaughter, because the fact that he's saying, I can't breathe. And at one time he even kind of sounded frantic, like, no, Sarah, really, I can't breathe. So yeah. Okay.
I think what we're discovering, Cheryl, is if you and I were on that jury, it'd be a hung jury.
Or we would be there for like 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
we are still on Calm and the Chaos. Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of the thing. If someone, what did I need to? I keep switching back and forth. Duty of care comes into play. Yes, if someone is saying, I don't care how drunk you are, I don't care how pissed off you are. If someone is telling you that they are having a problem with basic life functions like breathing, and you just like, I'm going to bed. Sucks to be you, that there's no duty of care. It's indifferent. And to me, that qualifies according to Florida law for second degree.
Yeah. And you make a good case. And by reading the terminology of second degree, I can totally understand the argument. It's not clear cut at all. And there's still so much to come out in the trial. This whole aspect of whether she threw him down the stairs in the suitcase. I don't think they're going to be able to prove that. They might be able to indicate it somehow through evidence that we don't quite have yet. We know from what was indicated from the autopsy, his injuries
Yeah.
make that quite likely, and we have the neighbouring witnesses
Yeah.
pretty
I-
adamant about that, you know, what they heard.
Yeah, I think that's also going to be the deciding factor too. Like the whole I can't breathe, and then if they can, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt prove that she probably threw him down the stairs while in the suitcase based on his injuries and stuff, that's just going to add more credibility to second degree. Because at the very least, you know, he could have had a head injury that he could be laying in there dying and she didn't care.
Melanie thinks that I'm showing a bias here to her in terms of gender. You might not be wrong, Melanie. I probably do have a bit of a bias for some reason. I hope I don't. I'm trying to be objective. Do these people ever consider just owning they screwed up big time and beg for mercy?
Not very often. I think at the very least, you get somebody like Chris Watts who just agrees to plead guilty. But this whole, you know, throwing himself on the sword and, you know, admitting everything and all of that. I mean, I know they did that interview a few months later at the Wisconsin prison, but that's not the same as allocuting. And I mean, I would have loved for him to have to allocute when he pled guilty, but clearly that wasn't a stipulation of the plea deal. But sometimes I think that's the best you can hope for, is that at least they just plead guilty, so nobody has to go through this trial. Because again, I don't know George. George may have been a shithead. He may not have been a good guy. I don't know, but I don't think any family should have to live through that. I don't think anybody should have to sit in court and hear that. And to know, I mean, we've all listened to it, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but can you imagine that was somebody in your family and that video is out there on the internet and how horrible that would be? But I also know too that I'm also like, a lot of times when they do plead guilty, it's obviously to lesser charges. And I don't know, knock on wood, by the grace of God, I've never had anything like that. I would most likely, I would assume I would most likely want to go to trial because I wouldn't want them to get a lesser charge. But then again, I don't know, you know. I think for Letecia, it would have been better if she just pled guilty, because this is going to be excruciating for everybody involved. Everybody.
I know.
And that's something else that you've mentioned, or that was brought up earlier about how, was it Critical K that did an interview with the mother of one of his friends. So you don't just have the family, you don't just have the brothers, the sisters, whatever. You have, like, this was a little boy. He had a lot of friends, you know, and you've got these little kids who are traumatized by not just that their friend died, but how their friend died and who killed their friend, you know. It's just going to be horrible for everybody. It would just be, in this case, I think, so much better if she just friggin' pled guilty.
It would, yeah. I think I read somewhere as well that Landon had already had to run out of the courtroom during some of the testifying. Can you imagine what it must be like for her, the mother, to be sitting in the same room as her?
No, I cannot. I cannot.
It's highly likely, Gigi, that Sarah Boone did push him down the stairs in the suitcase. There was most certainly loud banging noises coming from where the stairwell was. There's more than one neighbour that have pretty much testified to the same thing in their interviews. Yeah, Helen, I couldn't do it. I could not restrain myself.
Yeah, I was looking, I couldn't see it. When Al would get off the stand, he would go sit down, you could see where he sat. But again, is everybody else's, when you guys watched that, was it kind of blurry and darkish? Okay, because I couldn't really make anybody out. I did get the impression, because again, I did look up some videos the other night, and I did rewatch the video of her and Al and their daughter, you know, when they put it out pleading for him. And then the video after she had been arrested, Landon's got some fire. I mean, she definitely has some fire, which, you know, you can understand. This is her son. So I can imagine that, you know, that's probably how her personality is. She's probably very, I don't want to say confrontational in a bad way, but confrontational. She's very outspoken. In most of the interviews, she was the one that did most of the talking. And I can imagine it's just devastating for her. And it hasn't even got difficult yet, to tell you the truth, I don't think.
I think you're right. It's going to only get worse. And it's also one of the unfortunate aspects of crimes, you know, is the fact that there's the unavoidable fact that people's information comes out, you know, information that they don't necessarily want to be public, you know, about regrets they might have in their own background. And also to hear, you know, because Letecia was making certain allegations and making these snide jabs towards her in interviews.
That would just make me even more enraged. I mean, because to tell you the truth, and I don't know, again, it's one of those things where you can only imagine, but until you're actually there, you don't know. But at this point, it's already been said. Everything's been said a billion times out on the internet. You know, she knows this is coming. She knows what's going to be said. I would be more focused on this effing bitch did this to my son, and I'd be focusing like, but it would make me more enraged just to hear those things come out of her mouth. Like, who the hell are you to say that about me as we're sitting in this courtroom listening to what you did to my son? Like, it would just be infuriating.
How about this, right? Someone said to me, you know what? It might not be, you might not want to worry too much about her getting found not guilty by reason of insanity, because what they said to me is, I can assure you, for someone that is not literally insane, to be confined in an institute like that, where you're surrounded by the insane, you could argue could be more torturous than, you know, being in prison.
I don't know. I've never been in either one of them, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, either way.
Ivy, I don't know. Ivy asked, I heard Letecia had a panic attack and got to leave for a bit. Can anyone verify that? The parts that, so I missed the very first day. I missed probably the first 2 to 3 hours, but I've watched everything since then, and I didn't see her having a panic attack, and she never left. Unless she had one during a break or something. But even then, I don't think so, because the breaks, especially yesterday, there was one break, it was like, what, 10 minutes long? It wasn't even very long. So if she did, I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either. I didn't read about it either.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, guys. Last chance to dance. I'm going to guilt trip you into trying to come up on panel again, because I'd love to hear what you guys think about this.
So what Rabid's saying is he's bored talking to me.
She knows I don't mean that.
I know it's not. Well, because, you know, we've been talking about this, so it would be nice to hear someone else. Come on, Suzanne.
Helen says, throughout listening to the calls, Letecia literally swapped between see no evil, hear no evil, covering her eyes and ears intermittently. Yeah.
Oh, that's another thing we didn't talk about. Didn't they also bring up DID? So that's going to be one of their defenses too.
So remind me, is that dissociative disorder?
Yes.
Okay.
Identity disorder. Yeah, basically multiple personalities. They just don't call that anymore. They call it DID. And I think that's why all the questions to Al was, so when you were talking to her, was that the manner that you've known her to talk before? Did that sound any? So I think they were kind of laying the groundwork, because I think they're going to try to say, like, and this is just me speculating, that it wasn't her telling all those stories. It was all these 50 multiple personalities telling all these stories, and they didn't get their shit together to get their stories straight, because they kept asking him, is that the tone that you're used to, living with her for 6 years? Have you heard her talk like that? Is that what she sounds like? Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, because I do remember the defense bringing something about DID up, and it was like, what? How many piles of shit are you going to throw at the wall? I guess you're going to throw all of them. It's going to throw all of them at the wall and hope at least one sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah, asking about the inflections in her voice. Yeah, so that'll be that dueling psychiatrist. That'll be interesting. Yeah.
I have to admit, even if hypothetically it could be worse for her to be in a mental institution, it would still infuriate me to the bone if she got found not guilty through insanity. It really would.
Yes, voices, I agree. I mean, I'm not a professional with the ID, but I actually do know someone that has been diagnosed with it, and it's not like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, at least it's not for him. Yeah, it's not for him. It's definitely not, like Sybil, the movie Sybil, where it's literally like 1 minute you're Becky and the next minute you're Joe. And maybe there are people like that. I don't know, but it's not like that for him. And it's not like, how he described it. It's not like he doesn't know, like, oh, he's missing these 8 hours of time where this other personality took over. It's not like that. But again, he's not clinically insane, and I worked with him, so
yeah.
So anyways, yeah, and clearly, if she does have a diagnosis of DID, it's probably more like that person that I know, as opposed to like Sybil, where it's the 40 different personalities all popping out. Because her voices didn't change, and I mean it was just stupid when they said that. Like I said, they're just taking piles of crap, going to throw everything at the wall and see which one sticks.
Yeah, it just seems obviously inherently the case that for someone to be capable of the narrative building that she was continually capable of doing in her stories to Al, to be capable of that, she has to have an understanding of right and wrong. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's that simple. And when one theory would be proven that that's not feasible, that's not how it could have happened, she easily switched to a new theory, so clearly she knew right from wrong multiple times on multiple levels.
Yeah. And she chose to take his body 1,500 miles away out of state for a reason, because she knew she had a better chance doing it that way rather than nearby, because she knew right from wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah. Good to see you. Still alive. Yeah.
It's definitely going to be interesting. I'm not necessarily looking at 8 weeks of it, but on the other hand, that'll just bring us closer to Sarah Boone, unless we have another. Somebody said that Letecia sent a letter to the judge.
Did you?
That's what somebody said. I don't know. I do know so that was another thing that I read, that she petitioned to defend herself. She got approval to defend herself, and then just a few months ago, I guess it was a few months ago, she said, no, I need help. I guess that was one of her other personalities, the one that knows law, and that one decided that didn't want to do it. So
from purely intrigue, it would have been fascinating to watch her try and defend herself. just from a human condition aspect, to watch this compulsive liar attempt to do that in court. My God.
I don't know if I would, actually, I would rather watch Sarah Boone try to defend herself. I'm actually surprised she's not. I don't think I would want to listen to Letecia do it. I mean, not just because of the crime, but there's just something about her, like listening to, that whole day of nothing but calls and her crying and her fake crying and her screaming, and then her just, I don't think I could stomach that. Like 8 weeks of listening to her talk. Plus, I don't think it's fair. I mean, obviously it's fair to her, but can you imagine being Al, being on the stand and have to be crossed by her? If Landon has to go up, she would have to be crossed by her like that. Just, ugh.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the movie Sybil in a very long time. I remember I was pretty young when I saw it. Like, I think it was like my early teens.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's a pretty traumatic. No, I'm not going to say traumatic because that's a strong word, but it's disturbing. It's very disturbing because they go through the abuse that her mother put her through.
Right.
That caused it, and it's not just physical, mental. I mean, it was sexual, physical, everything across the board, and it's the kind of abuse like horror movies are made from. What she put her through, and it's supposedly based on a true story, which just makes it even more horrific. That it's not just somebody with a really sick mind coming up with all these ways to torture a child. It's a disturbing movie, but I agree. I liked it, but I've never watched it again just because it was so disturbing.
Certain movies like that you can only watch one time.
Yeah. I mean, I probably could watch it now because there's certain things I remember. I remember the kitchen table scene and the being hung up upside down. And yeah, I remember certain scenes. Those stuck with me for sure. But there's a lot of it I don't remember. So maybe I will watch it again, but probably not anytime soon because I think this trial is going to take a lot out of me.
I know. And I've said this many times, like I can only take true crime in, packages. It gets too much after a while. And you always need to have a break. And this is one of the worst.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we talked about this earlier, but for me, children and animals, they're just so hard. It was like that one channel that you showed me, and I started looking, and it's like all the videos are nothing but children, and they sounded horrible.
Yeah.
Like the parents were charged with murder after finding the toddler decaying in the swing. I'm like, oh, no, not doing this, not doing it.
Yeah,
it's a lot. And again, that then you have to think about, so like you got law enforcement and even prosecutors and defense attorneys and anybody associated with the legal system that reads these cases. There's always the people that are doing transcribing. My sister who works for the criminal court out in the Valley, she's been working just recently. She started training for in-court, and obviously, well, the in-court that she did was for the oh geez, what was it? It was for the, anyways, so it's private. And it's not open to the public. So she can't tell me anything about the cases, but, she told me like there were several days she just went home crying, because she's the in-court clerk. So she's sitting there, she's listening. Oh, the grand jury, that's what it was. So the grand jury, which is secret. So she can't talk about anything, but she has to sit there and listen to all this evidence. And, it's hard for people. And so all the people that, it's not just the family that's affects a lot of people. And I don't know how people do that on a daily basis.
There must be some level of disassociation that has to come into play. It's kind of like with nurses and, people that work in emergency units and things, you know, they just, in order to kind of get through your occupation, there has to be a level of disassociation, you know, when you're talking about, you know, people involved in that, you know, in law
Yeah.
enforcement and things.
Yeah, I mean, you know, because somebody asked, you know, whether jurors will get counseling after cases like this, and again, every state's different, but from my understanding, most of them, you know, for pretty rough cases like this, or that have some pretty gruesome details or pictures, they do a lot of times. I know they do up here, offer counseling. I think my sister said that they offer, you know, the court people counseling also, but they also rotate them too, so they're not always doing, you know, all murder. I mean, she works in criminal, but criminal isn't all murder. Grand juries are definitely, you know, those are for 3 months at a time, but they do rotate them because yeah, it can definitely, and again, you know, people that get into nursing know they're going into nursing to help people. They have a certain expectation. There's going to be blood, there's going to be this and death and this. Police officers, same thing. Fire. But you know, when you start a job at the courthouse and you actually just start as a clerk, you work your way up, you're not really thinking that, you know, you do get prepared, to throw you into it, but it's not, you know, a life choice. Like, well, it was for me. I would love to be in court, but you know, so yeah, it's rough. It's hard for anybody. And I just, even judges, you know, having to hear all that stuff every day, all day.
I know, God. So Helen, thanks Helen, she's managed to find the letter that Letecia wrote to the judge.
Oh God.
This is 2021, February.
Is it as bad as the Sarah Boone letters?
Well, let's find out. Let's find out. It's quite a long letter. Okay.
So Voices says that she can compartmentalize rather than disassociate. And I think that that's probably a better word for it. I mean, some people can disassociate, but compartmentalize. But still, for me, you know, I'm a very extroverted person. I process things, but I have to process and then let it go. And if I don't process and let it go, then it will start. I mean, that's why I can't listen to those podcasts anymore. I can't listen to too many things about children because I have nowhere to process that. I have nowhere for that anger to go. And I really respect people that can. I mean, I admire the hell out of people that can do that.
I couldn't do it either. And I think it's especially hard for people that have children, obviously. You know, you can't help it.
Yeah. But that's why I don't work in any of those honorable. I mean, I work in friggin' IT where you just sit behind a computer all the time. Nobody gets hurt in IT. That's the role.
Yeah, we owe these people a debt for being able to do that because we need them.
Jesus, yes. That's why I said I admire anybody that can. You know, there's also, you know, I don't know if they're all in the lower 48 or if you guys have them. There are people that go to, what's the program up here? It's some program where it's volunteers who go in and they sit in during trials and they, you know, make notes and rate the, you know, how the process goes, how the judge is, how the flow of the courtroom is. You know, even those people, they're sitting and they're having to listen to these things, you know. I just think it takes a special person to be able to do that day in and day out. I mean, we can be really picky, or I can be picky, being really invested into true crime, but I can choose what I want to watch. When there's a story, I'm like, nope, not doing that one, not doing that one. But, you know, when that's your job, you don't get those choices. So,
yeah.
Okay, let's read this letter.
So, this is filed in the District and County Courts of El Paso County, Colorado. It's to a Judge Werner. I was unable to talk with the with Judge Bain about my conflicts with my defence team due to, one, the actual privacy of the booth and the transport over. I explained in detail to him, expressing my concerns of privacy. Number two, I had a very difficult morning mentally because I am not mentally well. One of the main issues with my attorneys is their lack of ability to gather evidence. Due to this, I find little value in the term expert. First, they were unable to obtain my mental health records from Charlestown in South Carolina. When I finally paid a firm in South Carolina to obtain them, in 2016 I was diagnosed with and received treatment before work for over 28 hours of care. The school district even provided extra services and later let me medically resign due to the ongoing reality breaks. In 2018, I was hospitalized in Canada, crossing the border for 2 days and completed more treatment when I returned. I tell you this because it sets the stage for why I cannot work with my attorneys. I signed release forms for them to get all this information so they would have a better understanding of why I'm all over the place some days. I asked them to use the info from a non-biased doctor who worked with me more than 2 hours. But instead, they sent a lady who was clearly an actress and friends with the district attorney. She spoke about him in an unprofessional manner, their history and his election. Now, I'm sure all this was true, but I thought she worked for the court, not one particular side. My attorneys did this to make me look like a perjurer. Instead, it was, I don't know what that means, or that says malpractice on their part. I have included several reasons to support my claim as I kept a timeline of these conflicts. To make me look like... Communication is broken beyond repair. So this is the first part of our claim. I explained these issues to Judge Bain, including the lack of access and visitations in complete detail. Inconsiderate of evidence. Since March 2020, I asked my attorneys to preserve the GameStop footage to locate the Texas police officer whom I spoke with and to get the cruise passenger list. Instead, they spent months contacting my family for mitigation. When asked certain things, they kept saying they will let the investigators know. 1 year later, same answer. My evidence, I haven't physically seen any while being held at in the jail for 1 year. Yes, COVID, but inmates were still being held as our constitutional rights were adjusted. Overlooking statute and evidence, they overlooked the competency statute about video recording, human error. Okay, but this happens often with evidence in which me, the non-expert, has to provide corrections to evidence. Sharing info. They were texting my family and giving them info that they should not have, causing several disputes. My judge, they filed that motion knowing this county would not grant me new attorneys to sabotage my chances of a trial by judge. Yeah, she wanted a trial by judge rather than a jury. They knew I wanted to present evidence to him, info exposing, without exposing any info on my son's father. However, they created incorrect conflicts instead of addressing the real issues. They could have filed the pro se only instead of talking about my defense to sabotage my trial by judge. So pro se means to defend yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Defense is, indeed I am innocent, but I will not put myself or others in danger running the defense against my biological son. I didn't know she had a biological son.
I was just going to say that. What is she talking about? Where's the son? And she has a right to have a judge preside over her case and not have a jury. So I don't understand what that's all about.
Yeah.
Does anybody in the chat know anything about that? I don't know about a biological son.
I didn't know that that was a right that a defendant would have. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Is it? That you can ask for or you can demand that it's just by a judge. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
but most people don't, because you're putting it all in the hands of one person who typically is not going to be swayed by emotion, whereas a jury, you can sway by emotion.
Yeah.
But I'm so confused about the son and
I am too.
what he even has to do. I mean, let's just say she has one, but what the hell does he have to do with this case?
Sarah says she's only heard about her daughter Harley as well. Yeah. Has anyone heard of a son? Queen Olive. Sarah has a son with ex-husband. Oh no, I think you're talking about Sarah Boone. This is Letecia Stauch.
Yeah, this is Leticia's letter. I think Sarah actually has better handwriting than Letecia does.
Okay, so defense is, indeed I am innocent, but I will not put myself or others in danger running the defense against my biological son when the system is letting two men run free who are involved. One is a prominent member of an independent business. They used the NGRI to get a hearing, knowing I'm not guilty, to cover up their lack of representation. Although I had bouts of insanity, and still do, I did not murder or abuse anyone, nor would that be a defense, because it's my understanding that you actually did do it. Okay, I'm confused. However, I will protect my bio son, and I will protect the drugs and violence documented against my stepson. The truth is, the court is holding the wrong person and for the wrong crimes. This whole process has been nefarious, from denying me an attorney, threatening me in the bathroom away from cameras to confess, taking advantage of me being delusional, threatening my other kids' freedom or else, etc. I am going to keep making it known, sir, just how much the state has done in this wrongful incarceration. I will continue to be an advocate for myself because I am not a murderer, and the level that the prosecution goes through to promote a wrongful conviction is absurd. Truth is, they could see a video from someone else and they would dismiss that person as a lunatic. I hope you guys are as confused as I am reading this. They have far too much invested in this wrongful incarceration to admit they are wrong. For these reasons, and because my defense team is in cahoots with them, I am left with no other choice but to represent myself. Denying me my rights under the Constitution has happened throughout this process, from the detectives, the jail, and now my legal team. Every day I am getting worse mentally due to inadequate representation and being held hostage for a crime I did not commit. These are my conflict issues and my reason for asking to go pro se. As always, thank you for your time. Letecia. Wow. Any thoughts?
That made about as much sense as all the other shit that we heard her say.
It's just awash with confusion. Yeah, Sarah, grandiosity. She had a very high opinion of herself. You know, I think there's so many indications of that. She makes Sarah Boone look
Kind of sane.
completely,
Kind of sane.
yeah.
I mean, Sarah's, yeah. I mean, she's definitely something, but this is, oh, and where is the son? And why does she need to protect him? And what is all this shit about when no one even knows that she had us?
I'm trying to Google as we speak.
Now there's 2 other people, high prominent people in the community. So I'm guessing that it's not Quincy Brown or Eduardo now anymore, because they didn't sound very prominent people in the community.
Yeah, they must have been an oversight on Letecia's part. Now she's got the story straight, I guess, at this point when this letter was written.
Wait, what, Suzanne? She told the judge her peanut butter. Wait, are we? Who are we talking about with this peanut butter sandwich? Because I think that's the second time I saw somebody say that.
She told the judge her peanut butter sandwiches were bugged. You have to be kidding me. Now it's starting to look like this was her long-term, last-ditch strategy to appear insane, coming up with stuff like that.
Oh, well, yeah, you're right. No lawyers have raped her yet, but Jesus Christ, everybody else in Colorado has. I'm so confused. My head hurts. Maybe we shouldn't have read that.
We're even more confused now, right? And Helen says there's more letters.
Oh, geez, I don't know if I can handle any more right now.
I don't think I could either.
There's gonna be some cousins and shit, and her husband didn't actually die. He's undercover, being hidden by the FBI because he was an informant or some shit.
Before I forget, there's just one last aspect of the Sarah Boone affidavit I wanted to bring up, because we've spoken about whether Sarah actually did delete those videos of George begging for his life. And perhaps law enforcement managed to obtain them from a cloud, you know, which would point towards, you know, a more obvious attempt at guilty knowledge. So I wanted to read out this part here, which is kind of open to interpretation, but just to see what you guys think. So it says here, Sarah gave verbal and written consent for the county to search her phone. A forensic investigator responded to the scene and began to download the cell phone. And this is on the day, remember, of the 911 call when they arrived. While the cell phone was being downloaded, 2 videos were found on the cell phone. And it describes each video. So to me, the way I'm reading that is that they obtained them literally from the phone rather than a cloud.
Yeah, possibly.
We'll find out for definite whenever this trial takes place anyway, but I just wanted to
because that was part of your defense.
Part of my defense.
Yeah, that if she wasn't that blacked out drunk, why would she hand over her phone if she knew those videos were there?
Yeah, I mean, I think she really did see those videos for the first time in that interrogation room. But I'm not saying that she didn't recall being cruel to him and him being in the suitcase.
Well, yeah, because when they started playing it, you know, after she pointed out about the battery dying and all that good stuff, she's like, you know, you guys are killing me. I don't want to watch any more of that. So she clearly knew what was going to be on those videos. Whether she forgot she recorded them, yeah, okay, that's possible. But she didn't forget the event because she knew what was on them. That's why she didn't want to
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely.
I do agree with Oh my gosh, because the chat moves and my brain's not working. Someone in chat said that she's Rosebud. She's not insane. She's a manipulative liar. I hope they fry her. I agree. She's not going to fry though, because they don't have the death penalty in Colorado. But I agree. I don't know if she's actually faking this. Again, if she's one of those people that has spent her life, as a habitual liar and gotten away with it, and I'm sure she's told some outlandish things. And I think we've all probably known somebody at some point who told us some incredible story, and we just went, oh, okay, well, if that's what you say, because there's no point in arguing with them. So you're just like, whatever, and you just move along. Kind of like, when a 6-year-old comes home and says they were chased home by Bigfoot, you're like, sure, you were, okay, all right, I'm glad you're okay. And then you just move on. I think that's probably what's happened in her life, but in her brain, she thinks she's getting away with it, that people are actually believing her. And this is probably, well, definitely at this level, with, being charged with murder, that people are not believing her on a large scale. And I think she's just doing what she did with Al on the phone. She's constantly just changing her story.
Yeah, it's her default behavior, I think, everything's is a manipulation, a distortion,
a
lie. I mean, I think that's just so evident how easily she's able to do that in those calls, and when you hear her in the background on the body cam. You've said another one. Okay. What's this?
Yeah, because I mean, you could look at those letters, and think that she's trying to come off as batshit crazy, because it sounds batshit crazy. But when she was just talking to Al, she was coming up with these ridiculous, being raped, and then the guy laying in the road, and then it wasn't the guy in the road, then the guy kidnapped him after he fell off the bike, was taking him to, she was telling him that, and I don't think that at that point she was trying to, lay groundwork for insanity. I just think she's just a bad fucking liar.
Yeah.
Oh, Natasha's back. She
Oh,
said,
hey.
okay, stop for the night, listening again to relax.
Yeah, and there's the link, Natasha, if you do want to come up, because it sounds like you have an interesting perspective on this and have a lot of knowledge about this. I know you're probably just chilling out, but there's the link anyway if you want to. Coffee time,
because
Natasha.
Rabid and I have found out a few things on this live.
We didn't know. We didn't know. Yeah. That's what's great about having these types of discussions on True Crime, I think, is to get more information, get other perspectives from people.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to know if Natasha, I know you're tired and everything, but what's the stuff about the tissue in her pants, in her underwear, or in her what?
I heard some reason for it, sure, but it slipped my mind. There's some weird reason. Can't remember.
Like I can't for the life of me think of anything. It's just so bizarre.
I think they did have the death penalty in Colorado not too long ago.
They did. And so I don't know if anybody remembers, like that was the controversy around the Chris Watts thing, is that they were threatening him. Supposedly, I'm just going off of, what people were saying was that, we're going to charge you with a capital crime unless you take this plea, which really, that's not really how it works. But I mean, that is how it works, but his attorney, but at the time, the death penalty was about to be abolished in Colorado. I can't remember if it was later that year, because that happened in 2018. So I don't know if it was 2019, but either way, I mean, that they didn't trick him into taking the plea as opposed to being charged with a death penalty, because his lawyers would have known. So they did have the death penalty up till, I think it was 2019, but I could be wrong. It was DNA related in her warped head. I don't even understand that.
Hey, Natasha.
Hey.
How are you?
Hey.
Oh, I'm tired.
Yeah. But you have some answers, and Rabid and I need some answers.
I don't know that I have the answers, but
Go ahead, Rabid.
So we're kind of talking about the possibility, and I hate to have to go here, but it's going to come out anyway in trial and things, but can't help but wonder the extent of any guilty knowledge that Harley had.
Well, I will tell you that I find it very hard to believe that any 17-year-old doesn't think it was odd that their mother has a suitcase in the vehicle with them, literally traveling for days, that she won't let anybody touch, that has to smell.
It's got to. How many days later was it, again, when they drove down?
I mean, even if it was only a day, decomp sets in so fast, especially. I can't even.
I mean, obviously we know that she was sent out to get the cleaning products on that day.
Exactly.
It's not.
It's not completely unusual because I've sent my children to get things like that. Now, one thing about it though is I very rarely have sent them to only get cleaning supplies unless something has happened that we need, cleaning supplies for. Because normally I keep track of things, and if we're running low, we just get them with our regular grocery order. So unless we've had some kind of accident in the house and we need to buy more supplies than usual, I've never sent my kids to the store just to get cleaning supplies.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of goes with what I was saying earlier too, after you guys brought that up in the chat, was that so she gets, and she's 17. She's not 7. She gets her in the truck. Why? I mean, the questions that my kids would be like, why are we going to Florida when Gannon's missing right now? What are we doing? And then they go to Florida, and I'm assuming they don't stay there very long. And then they go to where'd she get arrested? South Carolina. I mean, you would think this 17-year-old would need some sort of explanation to why this is all happening when Gannon's missing.
I can tell you right now that my children would have, because, just for instance, I have my niece, and she's 15, Hannah's 22. If Mariah went missing and I all of a sudden decided to take a trip, from one side from the top of the country to the bottom while she's missing, my kids are going to think I've lost my mind.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. And then why Florida when, she doesn't, at least from what I've heard, I mean, her family was in South Carolina, Alabama, those areas. Why Florida? Why are we in Florida, Mom? What are we doing? What's happening?
I will say that the part of Florida that she was in is very close to Alabama. Now, I don't, because 30 minutes to the Alabama state line from where the body was dumped, but I still don't understand why she was in Pensacola.
Right.
And we can't ignore the fact that something that you pointed out earlier. We know Harley was with her, and we know that dead weight is a thing, right?
Well, I don't know if have y'all seen the location where the body was dumped?
I actually haven't.
Okay, because there's a girl who's actually local to me, and she also has a channel, and she made a video of, she drove from the hotel where they were staying all the way to the bridge, turned around, showed where the body was found, and then she also came back at 3:48 in the morning and showed the same exact thing. And not. It's not a very. That is the way that the locals take to avoid traffic. So it's like a country road. There's no lights on the bridge. Not many people use that way unless they're familiar with this area. So I thought it was odd that she decided to go that way unless she had looked to see and done some pre-planning as far as locations. And I too have a hard time believing that she just threw the suitcase over the side of the bridge.
She's a petite woman.
She is. And you know, the way that the man on the stand, the DOT guy from Panama City, described the suitcase and the weight of it, they had to drag it. It took both of them to drag it over to the sand to dump it out. So because there's a concrete railing on the side of the bridge, she would have had to pick it up and throw it over that railing to the rocks.
How high, roughly, as a guess, is that railing?
It's about waist height, maybe a little taller,
Right.
depending on how tall you are.
The questions are obvious, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I just have a very hard time believing that she did it herself. I also think that she probably did it in the dark, and I have a very hard time believing that she meant to throw it on the rocks. I just feel like she thought she was throwing it in water.
That came up in the trial, didn't it? They were
Yeah.
talking about that fact.
Yeah. And I agree with that too. I mean, why would you throw it just on rocks? You know, she had to have thought there was water there.
Yeah.
It would have been a very secluded location. As heavy as it was, I feel like it would have sank, and there's no telling, it probably still wouldn't, you know, have been found.
That's
I'm glad that you brought that up, Rosebud, in chat, because I mentioned this earlier. Because I was imagining the fact that she's a witness for the prosecution, that there could be some agreement in terms of any potential immunity. The immunity, that's possible, but just like Cheryl reminded me, that's not necessarily the case. She could just be subpoenaed.
Well, that's true too, but I have a hard time believing that. And she was 17, so they would have still tried her as an adult.
Yeah, she would have been tried as an adult. The only other thing is maybe they just don't have any proof that she helped her other than, you know, basic physics, like what you're talking about. So that would be the other thing, if they just don't have any actual proof other than, like I said, the common sense, where a 17-year-old would be going, why are we going across the country right now? You know, that kind of a thing.
Well, in her videos, you know, I saw that y'all had found her page. And in her videos, she seemed like a fairly intellectual girl.
Yeah.
In some aspects, I feel like she's even trying to portray herself as something that she's not. Maybe a little ditzier than she really is. But
right, okay.
I don't know. You can tell that she's intelligent.
I agree.
And I don't know. Her testimony is going to be.
It is. Yeah.
Interesting.
Voices in your head says in chat that she also lied in the interview.
Who? Harley?
Harley, I presume. Can you see the screen right now, Natasha? This timeline from Inside Edition.
Let me see if I can turn my. Somehow I've got my chat on here. I don't even know how. I'm on my phone.
Because we're confused about this.
Okay,
so this is on the Tuesday, the 28th. And she's already picked up Al in the morning, but then it says at 10:30 p.m. at night, Harley picks her mother up in her own car. Investigators believe, based on cell phone records. Do you know anything about that?
Picked her up from where?
Don't know. You couldn't work it out. It doesn't make. I
That's
can't
what we
imagine
were
a scenario.
wondering. That's what we were wondering.
Okay, so she returns to the short-term lot at 7. Okay. So she picks her up from the short-term. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. We couldn't figure it out either. I mean, the only thing is, I think they have a date wrong in here too, so maybe they got something else. I don't know. I mean,
I get it. Okay, so she picks him up at 9 a.m. Then she goes back to the short-term lot at 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says Haley then picks up her mother in her own car at 10:30 from the short-term lot.
But see, that's where I get lost. So she drove the rental car back to the short-term lot where her car was at. They think that that's where she allegedly moved Gannon's body.
Mm-hmm.
Where or from, I'm not really sure. But then she has Harley come and pick her up in her car. So now she's got the rental car and her car both somewhere.
And Harley's.
Yeah, and now Harley's getting her. So that's where I'm so confused. That looks bad.
Do you know how long she had that rental car, that Kia?
Doesn't it say if you scroll down that she returned it the next morning at 9 a.m.?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, she had it for like
a day,
24 hours.
Yeah,
it's returned in the morning at 9 a.m. And she must have washed out the car as well the previous day, because she arrived with the vehicle freshly washed at 9 a.m. at the sheriff's office.
Well, I mean, if you're
which vehicle though is the question,
right? I mean, why is Harley picking her up when she has a rental and her car? And it doesn't say where. It doesn't say where she picked her up from either. So.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I was making the assumption that she was picking her back up short-term lot, but that doesn't even make sense because if her car was there and so was the rental car, and she was going to leave the rental car there.
Yeah. A lot of it doesn't make sense, but again, this is what we're hoping comes out in the wash during the trial. So the other question we had is, we just read a letter that Letecia wrote to the judge, I think in 2021. She goes on and on and on about this biological son. Do you know anything about a biological son? Because none of us have ever heard about that.
No, but I have been trying to find information about it because I saw the same thing. And from what the only thing I can figure out, and somebody had mentioned this before, is that she had a child that she gave up for adoption.
Oh.
Right, okay.
But I don't know if that's just in her head or if she's... I mean, at this point, who the hell knows?
And what he has to do with any of this, that she needs to protect him. Yeah, that got weird.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that whole letter was like, I don't know, but I'll tell you, she could be Nicholas Godejohn's girlfriend.
It sounded a lot like lucid dreaming,
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's how he writes too.
Yeah,
and
it's just
all of my communications with him in prison. It's like when I was listening to that letter, I was like, all right, and the stories she was telling in the phone calls, I'm just like, yeah, okay.
Let me ask you, Natasha, seeing as I think I'm probably the only person on YouTube advocating for Sarah Boone, I know you're interested in this case as well. What's your thoughts on Sarah Boone?
Well, I'm just gonna tell you, I've been obsessed with this case, and I was watching a an attorney do a blind reaction to the body cam footage and her her interrogation. And he said something, and I'm just going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what my opinion is, but I'm just going to say this one thing because I agree with this attorney, who, and these are his exact words. He even apologized because he says, "I know y'all don't like it when I cuss," but he said, "Who the fuck as an adult plays hide and seek?"
Right? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, of all things to say, how is it hide and seek when you're the one putting him in it?
Right?
See, this is the thing. It obviously isn't. You know, I think it's a result of just a misusage of the word from Sarah. You know, I think
No,
it's that simple.
no, she said they
No?
were playing.
No, she said
She
they
said
were
they were
playing
playing hide and seek.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is that she was just misusing the term. I know she said it, but I just think it was just a bad descriptive word.
No, I think you're trying to give her too much credit. Hide and seek is hide and seek. There's no misusing that term.
Well,
You know?
she hit him so she couldn't see him.
But
she
remember,
him.
we know that he got in there voluntarily. There's no other circumstance by which he could have been
Not
in
unless she drugged him, and I mean, I have seen zero
Wow.
evidence of that. So, I mean, I'm just going to be honest. What fool gets into a damn suitcase?
Well, that's the other part.
Well, it turns out that this is not the first time Sarah Boone has been involved with something
With a
like
suitcase,
this.
yes.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, Natasha.
No, I
but
don't. This is why I need you to come on my channel because you know more than I do about this. You've been looking into it longer than I have. I'm actually going
Yeah.
to trial.
You're going to go to the trial, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh,
Really?
wow. Seriously?
Oh my god.
Yep.
We've been trying to find someone that can do that.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Oh, awesome.
It's only 4 hours from me.
Awesome. Wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
this case, like no other for
Well, you
a
need to
long
tell
time.
her about the previous history with the suitcase.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to fill
Okay.
me in on all that because I don't know. And
Yeah.
like I said, I just started covering it about a month ago. And I remember when it happened. But listen, so many crazy ass crimes happen in the state of Florida.
I know. Florida and
What's in-
Colorado. Florida and Colorado.
Yeah.
Well, Colorado, it's like everybody that moves there turns into a murderer.
I know.
That is
If you move
true.
to Colorado from somewhere else,
That
your
is
chances
true.
aren't very good.
They're all transplants, really. Yeah.
Yes, it's not native, residents. It's people who moved there from somewhere else. It's like I don't know. They can't handle the air. I don't know what it is.
Something is undoubtedly up.
No doubt. I mean, Florida's just crazy as it is, so you never know what's going to happen here.
I do want to get back to Letecia really quick because I know you're tired and everything, but you were making some comments, and so was Hybrid about Al. Do you want to explain a little bit of that, your opinion of him? And
yeah, absolutely. So as far as he goes, I've looked into his background pretty extensively as far as relationships go and different things of that nature. And from what I can gather, every relationship that he has been in, he has cheated with them on something. So like whoever he's in a relationship with, he cheats with somebody else and ends up in a relationship with them. It's like a repeating pattern. So every one of his wives, I think he's on his third now. His two previous wives, same thing. Landon, he had an affair with her while he was in a relationship with somebody else. They weren't married, but he was in a relationship. Same thing with Letecia. Had an affair with her while he was married to Landon. And he was having an affair while he was married to Letecia. So, in my opinion, and I said this in the chat earlier, I don't know if y'all saw it or not, I think, and this is just strictly my opinion, which doesn't mean much, but I think that Gannon was her living voodoo doll for Al.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
catch you saying that. A good
Yeah.
metaphor.
And I really believe that she took out everything, every bit of her frustration and anger that she had for Al on Gannon. I mean, the overkill is obvious. You know, why would
18
you?
stabs.
Well, not just that, but good Lord. I mean, you got blunt force trauma, you've got stab wounds, you've got a gunshot. I mean,
Yeah.
I know, because I was contemplating, is it possible that this was some accident that turned into something else? But there's no chance of that, you know?
shoot, no, you're not going to bludgeon him, then stab him that many times, and then shoot him too.
Yeah. Yeah. And we talked about that at the beginning of the live. I don't know if you were in here, but that's what I was saying, that I couldn't quite understand. Did she just really not like Gannon? Was this a typical stepmother? You're not my kid. We've seen the Google searches about, feeling like a babysitter that's not getting paid and all that. But then when you made that comment about, being the voodoo doll for him, like, that makes total sense. I mean, we've all seen that happen many times. Husband and wives that are divorcing will use their kids against each other. And kill their own kids to punish the other parent. So
I really believe that was the closest thing that she could get Al, and she also knew that would hurt him the most.
Yeah, and she was, a few days before the murder, she was already making plans to move down to South Carolina. She was looking for somewhere to live, to move to.
Mm-hmm.
I was also contemplating, is there any chance this was some perverted Munchausen by proxy, whereby she wanted to be seen in some light in the media as a victim and all this, but
we shut you down on that one.
You shut me down pretty quick on that one.
Well, I'll tell you, I said this yesterday during the trial. I kept expecting her. I mean, I don't know how much more she can gnaw her fingernails. And, they keep trying to, her counsel is just, they're buffoons. There's no other word. Absolute buffoons. I mean, when you have people coming in who don't know anything about the case, and they say, who is this attorney for? The plaintiff, the state, or and when you can't even tell who an attorney is up there trying to
You've got a problem, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. It was horrible.
Oh my God. It's horrific. And when the dad has to keep correcting the attorney on the names, I was just like, oh dear Jesus. But anyhow, what I was saying is the way that she, sits in the corner, stares at the wall, stares at the ceiling. I said, with this insanity defense, at any moment, I'm expecting her to bite her fingers off, jump up, with blood spurting out, or when one of her attorneys leans over to talk to her, she's going to bite his ear off. I'm telling y'all, she's going to do something crazy before this is over. And then, with the whole letter from the jury about, how she's mumbling things and saying things out loud and acting crazy during
Wait, what are you talking about? Somebody mentioned something about that earlier, and I didn't know what they were talking about. What letter from the jury?
Okay, so one of the jurors actually sent a letter to the judge because she is distracting the jurors, because we can't tell because the god-awful angles that they've got the crap filmed at. But she is like nodding her head, shaking her head, bobbing up and down. They said she would be like hopping in her chair, mumbling things out loud, and just acting bizarre.
Letecia took out life insurance on the kids, says Glamorous Girl. I haven't heard that.
I haven't either.
So the jury sent a letter to the judge just letting him know, or asking him if they can
to make her stop.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So
Well, I tell you what, she's got 8 weeks to build up to doing something crazy.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling
Yeah.
y'all, and I said that when I found out that that had happened, and that one of them, it may have been more than one, but I know it was at least one juror, had sent that to the judge. I'm over here thinking, this is the first damn week. And she's already hopping around like Peter Cottontail. There ain't no telling what she's going to do next.
Well, I was saying that just from our point of view, like you said, the cameras are so horrible, but she's all hunched over and she'll look up and she'll have her hair down across her eyes. But the way
she looks like that girl from The Grudge.
Oh, well, I was saying from The Ring, the girl that crawls out of the TV,
Well,
yeah.
both of them are pretty similar.
Yeah.
They don't look dissimilar at all.
Yeah, that's exactly what she reminds me of. It's like it's almost like she's purposely trying to look fucking intimidating and scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, I never thought of it. She's gonna pull a friggin' Mike Tyson and reach over.
I'm telling y'all, if it doesn't, I will be very surprised.
I can imagine that happening. I really can, actually.
I said that. I was literally talking about it yesterday during the trial on my channel when I was streaming, and I was like, okay, y'all, I'm telling y'all, I hope she doesn't have a pencil, because she's gonna stab somebody in the jugular. She's gonna do something.
Maybe that's why she sits so far away from her attorneys. They don't want her that friggin' close.
No, from what I know, she's actually, she's shackled to the table. And she is the one who wanted to not be near them.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
She requested to be as far away from them as it was physically possible.
Well, it looks like she succeeded. It doesn't look like she can go any further away unless she left the courtroom.
No, I mean, she's literally can lean against the wall.
Do you think there's any case for her not guilty by insanity? Yeah? Or do you think it's just all a concoction?
Listen, crazier things have happened. The only thing...
O.J. Simpson, for one.
Well, yeah. Oh, my God. Let's not get on that. The only thing that I'm concerned about is ineffective counsel.
Yes, that's what I said. It actually looks like her lawyers are purposely trying to give her ineffective counsel appeal. I mean, just his opening statement was like, Jesus Christ, whose side is this guy on? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I hate to think that these two dudes are really this dense. I mean, you think of all the schooling they had to go through to become attorneys, and this is what you do?
The opening statement was...
Oh, I don't even know what that was.
I know. It was not effective.
You think? I sat there like, what am I listening to?
I think we all did. And I said my favorite part was like, okay, I'm done now because I'm what do you say? I'm exhausted, or I wore myself out, or something like that. It was just like,
well, both of them, they're like the most unorganized.
Yeah, the questions, they got everything wrong.
Unprepared. Mm-hmm. And they've got these notebooks with all these papers, and they shuffle the papers. Mm-hmm. It's literally like watching a clown show.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We got a front row seat with the camera pointed right at them, so at least that's entertaining.
Yeah, them, that's for sure. And then you've got her over in the corner looking like she's going to crawl on the table at any minute. Or crawl.
You may be right. Now that I think about it, I think it's going to happen. Something bizarre.
I'm telling you, if it doesn't, I will be shocked.
I predict she's going to pull her eyeballs out of her socket and stick them on the end of her fingers for everyone.
She'll probably eat them. That wouldn't surprise me either.
I can see that happening.
It's not funny, but I can picture all of this right now. And it's like, oh my God, what is this? What is this?
I mean, it's just, I don't know, every one of these cases is just, it gets more and more bizarre by the moment. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to be shocked if Sarah Boone's isn't continued again.
It's been 3 by the time, if this does go ahead next time in July, that's going to be 3.5 years that she's been inside waiting for this.
I'm telling you, I'm not going to be surprised if it's continued again.
No, because if they still need to find somebody that will evaluate her and then testify for her, but then the prosecution also has to find somebody to evaluate her and then testify. So 3 months, at first I thought 3 months, what the hell? And then I started thinking like, no, 3 months is not going to be long enough. It's really not.
No.
Ivy says Letecia will probably stand up and talk in tongues.
I think she's already been doing that. That's what the jury was complaining about.
Oh, geez, that poor jury. And they're stuck in there for 8 weeks, and it's like all day. All day. When I was on a jury, we only went until like 1 or 1:30 because in the afternoon is when the judges do rotation. They have to do motions and arraignments and stuff, and just doing half a day was exhausting. These people are doing all day with this lunatic. Like, wow.
I think they've already booked their counsel in post-trial.
Yes. They've already told their family, get that vacation ready because I'm going to need some drinks with umbrellas.
We need a cruise after this one.
I'm going to be very surprised if her attorneys last as long as they think this trial is going to.
8 weeks.
I just don't see them hanging in there for 8 weeks.
No, they looked like they were at the end of, like they all needed a nap. I think even one took a nap for a while.
I'm pretty sure the judge passed out at one point.
Yeah, I was thinking the judge was high at some stage.
I don't know. His behavior was bizarre too. The whole situation is just like, what am I watching?
You have to find the dark humor in true crime. It's a necessity.
You do. I say that all the time on my channel. You have to have some levity, with these cases. If not, it will drive you nuts.
Yeah.
Just on the Sarah Boone thing here, just to show you. So this here, you see the screen?
Hang on, I have to fix my phone every time. Just a second. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this, I'm trying to recall. I think it was maybe a year or two before George died in the suitcase. Sarah had put, I think it was Sarah put this on Facebook. These pictures, this one and this one.
Yeah.
And it was her son in the suitcase, and they put these pictures on Facebook as a joke. But of course, CPS got called. CPS came out to speak to them. I think this is her ex-husband. And they spoke to the kid, and the kid confirmed that this was voluntary. It was just a prank. I don't think there's much in it other than the fact that this was something that for some reason, Sarah and George just had a habit of doing these silly games, hiding in silly places and things.
But the point is she had already been told by CPS, it's really not a good idea to put people in suitcases. So she has a history with putting people in suitcases. I mean, it wasn't like this was, as weird as it is with the hide and seek with George, apparently putting somebody in a suitcase wasn't her first time. I've never put anybody in a suitcase, but.
No, I've not either.
But she has.
I've never known someone small enough to put in a suitcase.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
No, but
I presume you've obviously watched the footage of what she filmed of him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you would have seen that in the second very short clip, you can see that the suitcase has been turned the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit to the left-hand side, and there's one of her flip-flops is lying next to it. So contemplate this. This poor guy, who's in such distress, obviously, feels her coming along, lifting him upside down in the suitcase. He's obviously presuming he's about to be let out. and she obviously didn't. You know, I mean, obviously my argument is that she just was out of it, completely blacked out, and didn't intend his death. But either way, that doesn't take anything out. That doesn't take
Oh, it's
anything
still
away from the
manslaughter.
suffering. Absolutely, at least manslaughter. But the cruelty of that to him, you know, just
I know. Just him saying, let me out. I mean, that video was horrible.
I can't think of a worse way to die. I really can't.
I just, I don't. That was the whole that whole situation's horrible, which most of them are. But well, I am gonna get off here. I'm gonna try to get some sleep because we're gonna finish our trip in the morning, and we're gonna go and so that I can film all the Murdoch locations tomorrow.
Oh,
But
wow.
yeah.
Wow.
But I appreciate you letting me come up and look forward to chatting with y'all some more about this.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, Natasha. It's good to get
Absolutely.
your insight, regarding a bit more about Al and the daughter and things,
Tomorrow should be interesting.
It will be. It will be.
All right, y'all. See y'all later.
All right, talk to you
All right.
later.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. I didn't even think about a son being adopted. I didn't even think about that again. But that goes back to what the hell does he have to do with this? But I guess we'll find out.
It was very confusing trying to follow that letter.
Well,
Confusing.
I mean, it's been confusing. I mean, just listening to her talk to him on the phone was confusing. So are they starting at 9 tomorrow? Do you know? I'm guessing.
Has it been 9 the other days?
Yeah.
And what time is that? Like, how far behind Eastern Standard Time is that in Colorado?
Eastern? So Colorado's 2 hours ahead of me. So Eastern's 4 hours ahead of me. So it's 2 hours behind Eastern.
Right. Okay.
So it's 7 a.m. my time. So 9 is 7 a.m. my time. So that would be 4
Right.
p.m. your time because you guys are 9 hours ahead of me.
Yeah. I will do that, Helen, actually, go through some of the other letters. You sent me another letter there. Now, it's about 11 pages. If I read that out, I don't think Cheryl will handle it right now. So we can maybe do that next time.
Yeah, I don't know if I could handle any more of that. Yeah, well.
Oxy says it's usually 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. Yeah, so that will be.
Yeah, that would be
4.
9.
That's 4 for us in the UK.
Yes. So that's 9 their time. And it's 7 my time. So needless to say, I most likely will not catch the first part of that.
Rosebud, it's very likely that Sarah did throw him down the stairs while he was in the suitcase. There's a couple of neighbors that gave interviews to law enforcement.
And they did kind of talk about some of his injuries in that, well, I don't know if you want to call it an interrogation. I don't know what that was, but what they claim was an interrogation. They did talk about some of his injuries on his back and his head and stuff. So I'm sure all that will come out in the, and he didn't get all that. According to her, he got it because he's clumsy, which could be. I don't know. I guess we'll find out the extent of it.
We will. Hopefully we will if this ever goes to trial. I'm just seeing if I can catch any comments in chat here. She knew he couldn't breathe. Did she really though? I don't know. I'm not convinced.
Well, I don't know.
Helen.
Somebody telling you over and over they can't breathe. I mean, come on.
Oxy says it makes sense that the defense is having trouble securing a forensic psychiatrist who's willing to testify.
Yeah, because it wasn't battered women syndrome, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
So yeah, I mean, getting a professional to put their, you know, their reputation on the line to say after that video and everything, I wouldn't do it.
All right, guys. So let's wrap this up. It would be good to come back on, talk about this again after some more testimony, and we'll go through some of those other letters as well. It'll be interesting. I'd love to know when the daughter's going to testify. All right. Well, listen. Thanks, Cheryl. Again.
Yes, thank you for having me again.
You're welcome. Thanks everyone in chat. I think a lot of us are going to be following this trial very closely. So yeah, I'll definitely be back on once there's more to talk about on this. Which there will be, I'm sure, once Letecia does something crazy like Natasha was saying.
Well, yeah, there's only been 3 days of testimony, and here we are already, right? And oh my gosh, yeah. I was talking earlier how she looked friggin' crazy looking up over her eyes with her hair and all that, but I didn't go so far as to picture her losing her shit but I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah, Sarah, definitely check out this from the beginning. Yeah, we went through a lot on this, and Shirley and I have both discovered stuff we did not know at the start of this, so that's great.
Yeah, and that's what I liked, because there were things that I had never even heard of. So
yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right.
Have a good
You're
night,
welcome.
everybody.
Thanks, everyone, and
Bye.
see you soon. Good night.